Hi, welcome back to Math&Me with me, Nikhila Sankar. So in today's video, we are going to cover the chapter Sequences and Series. So first, let me start with what a sequence is. So sequence na enna? So basically 1, 3, 5, 7, etc. So what is the difference between the first two terms? 3 minus 1, 2. 5 minus 3, 2. 7 minus 5, 2. So basically, இது ஒரு formula இருக்கு. ஒரு equal difference la அடுத்தடுத்த numbers இருக்கு. So this is considered to be a sequence. It can also be something like this. So this is a sequence of even numbers. It can also be something random. It can be 10, 13, 16, 19. So this is with a difference of 3. Correct? It can also be squares. It can be 2 square, 3 square, 4 square, 5 square. Okay? So but this is an infinite sequence because you can see the dots here. So this is infinite. Here this stops at some point. There is no comma, there is no, you don't have a few dots. So which means this is a finite sequence. Now coming to series, what is meant by series? When you have these numbers, when you sum them up, meaning when you write them in this form, this is called a series. So for example, when you write this is a series. You do not have to find the sum of this. This way of writing this, the way of representing such numbers with the plus symbol in between them is called a series. Appo sum of series na enna? Sum of series is, for example, when you have 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus 7, then the answer is 16. So when you add them up, when you get some sum, you call it the sum of series. Verum series la you don't have to add the numbers. In sum of series, you have to add the numbers. Okay? So this is the sequence and this is the series. Okay? The next topic is arithmetic progression. You have learned this in your 10th standard. But still, I'll just remind you with the formulas. First formula. So this is the nth term. A subscript n. Nth term equals A plus, which is the first term, times n minus 1. What is n? The number of terms. Into d. What is d? The common difference. So this is the nth term. This is the first term. This is the common difference. This is the number of terms. Clear? Don't get confused between the number of terms and the nth term. What is Sn? It is sum of n terms. Okay? This is nth term. One term da. It is sum of n terms. It can be any number of terms. N terms. Okay? So, this is the formula. What is the formula? N divided by 2 times 2a plus n minus 1 into d. Where a is the first term, n is the number of terms, d is the common difference. Okay? So, this you have already learned in your 10th standard. Now, let us solve some examples and exercise questions. Okay? Example 1. Let me do question number 2, subsection 2. an equals n minus 3 divided by 4. What are they asking? Write the first 3 terms in each of the following sequences. Okay? So, how do you write the first 3 terms? an kuduthirukku. You need a1, a2 and a3. These are the first 3 terms. So you just simply substitute 1 to n, 2 to n and 3 to n to get the required terms. So a1 is you substitute 1 to n. This also becomes 1. So you have 1 minus 3 divided by 4. For a2 you have 2 minus 3 divided by 4. And for a3 you have 3 minus 3 divided by 4. I'm just substituting for the value of n. This is how you find the nth term, by just substituting. So what do you get? Minus 2 by 4 is minus half. Here you get minus 1 by 4. Here you get 0. Okay? Very, very simple. Moving on to example 2. Write the 20th term of the sequence defined by an, which is n minus 1, 2 minus n times 3 plus n. They want the 20th term. So, you simply just substitute 20 to n. So you have A20 equals 20 minus 1 times 2 minus 20 times 3 plus 20. So you have 19 times minus 18 times 23. You simply multiply them and I'll just write down the answer for you. It's 7866. It is there in your NCERT textbook. Okay. So this is how you find A20 when AN is given. Okay. You'll see why this is useful when you are solving exercise questions. It is romba basic, but you'll see why it's important. Okay. Example 3. A1 equals 1 and AN equals AN minus 1 plus 2 for n greater than or equal to 2. Find the first 5 terms. So what is asked? A1, A2, A3, A4, A5. So you already know what A1 is. But let's find A2, A3, A4, A5. So what is A2 according to the given formula? You have AN, which is 2. So in the case, n equals 2. But what do you have here? 2 minus 1. So A 2 minus 1 plus 2. This is the subscript and this is the actual value itself. So don't get confused. So what do you have? A1, 2 minus 1 and 1 plus 2. A1 is already given, which is 1 plus 2 equals 3. You have found A2. Similarly, you have to find A3. What is A3? 3 minus 1, which is A2 plus 2. A2 we just found out in the previous step. So just substitute that. So you have 5. Similarly, A4 is A3 plus 2, which is 5 plus 2, 7. A5 is A4 plus 2, which is 7 plus 2, 9. Okay. Exercise 9.1. Write the first 5 terms of each of the sequences from 1 to 6. So question number 1, AN equals n times n plus 2. So in the questions we need the first 5 terms. So I need A1, A2, A3, A4 and A5. Correct? So idella 1, 2, 3, 4 la subscript. So I am going to substitute the value of 1 to n, the value of 2 to n to find the corresponding values. So if A1 na n ku 1 value substitute panna, I will have 1 times 1 plus 2. This will be my first term. What will be my second term? A2. I am going to substitute the value of 2 to n. Wherever I have n, I am going to substitute 2. So I have A2 equals 2 times 2 plus 2. Similarly, A3 equals 3 times 3 plus 2. A4 is 4 times 4 plus 2. A5 is 5 times 5 plus 2. So what will be my answers? 2 plus 1, 3. 3 into 1, 3. 2 plus 2, 4. 4 2s are 8. 3 plus 2, 5. 5 3s are 15. 4 plus 2, 6. 6 4s are 24. 5 plus 2, 7. 7 5s are 35. So what are my first 5 terms? 3, 8, 15, 24 and 35. Okay. Question number 2. AN equals n divided by n plus 1. So again I need my first 5 terms. So A1, 1 divided by 1 plus 1. Similarly, A2 is 2 divided by 2 plus 1. Wherever I have a n, I am going to substitute with the respective numbers. A3, 3 divided by 3 plus 1. A4, 4 divided by 4 plus 1. A5, 5 divided by 5 plus 1. So what will be my value? 1 divided by 2. 2 divided by 3. 3 by 4. 4 by 5. 5 by 6. So these are my first 5 terms. Okay. Third question. AN equals 2 to the power n. So similarly, A1 is 2 to the power 1. A2 is 2 to the power 2. A3 is 2 to the power 3. A4 is 2 to the power 4. And A5 is 2 to the power 5. So what will be my value? 2 to the power 1 is 2. 2 to the power 2, 4. 2 cube, 2 into 2 into 2, which is 8. 2 power 4, which means 2 into 2 into 2 into 2, 4 times. 2 2s are 4, 4 4s are 16. 2 to the power 5, 16 times 2, which is 32. Okay, so these are my first 5 terms. Question number 4. an equals 2n minus 3 divided by 6. So similarly, a1 equals 2 times 1 minus 3 divided by 6, which will be 2 times 1 and a 2 minus 3 divided by 6, which will be minus 1 by 6. a2 is 2 times 2 minus 3 divided by 6, which will be 2 2s are 4 minus 3 divided by 6, which will be 1 by 6. a3, 2 times 3 minus 3 divided by 6, which is 3 2s are 6 minus 3 divided by 6, which is 3 by 6, 1 by 2. Okay, you can also simplify it to the simplest form. a4, 2 times 4 minus 3 divided by 6. 4 2s are 8, 8 minus 3 divided by 6, 5 by 6. a5 is 2 times 5 minus 3 divided by 6, which is 5 2s are 10. 10 minus 3 divided by 6. 10 minus 3 and 7 by 6. Okay, so these are my 5 terms. Question number 5. an equals minus 1 to the power n minus 1 times 5 to the power n plus 1. Okay, so similarly, a1 equals minus 1 to the power 1 minus 1, 5 to the power 1 plus 1. Okay, we'll do the calculation later. Let me write the values first. So a2 is minus 1 to the power 2 minus 1 times 5 to the power 2 plus 1. a3 is minus 1 to the power 3 minus 1, 5 to the power 3 plus 1. a4 is minus 1 to the power 4 minus 1, 5 to the power 4 plus 1. a5 is minus 1 to the power 5 minus 1, 5 to the power 5 plus 1. Okay, so what will be my value? Minus 1 to the power 1 minus 1 na, minus 1 to the power 0. So minus any number raised to the power 0 will be 1. So I have 5 to the power 2, which is 5 square 25. Next, minus 1 to the power 2 minus 1. 2 minus 1 is 1. Minus 1 to the power 1 will be minus 5 to the power 3, which will be minus 5 cube and 5 5s are 25, 25 5s are 125. 3 minus 1 is 2, minus 1 to the power 2, minus will become plus 5 to the power 4. So it is positive 5 to the power 4. 5 5s are 25, 25 5s are 625. Next, 4 minus 1 is a 3. So minus 1 to the power of any odd number. So minus. So I'll have minus 5 to the power 5, which will be 625 times 5. So it will be 625 times 5. 5 5s are 25, 2 5 2 10, 11 12, 6 5 30, 31. So it will be 3125 with a minus sign. Okay. What is my last term? Minus 1 raised to the power 4, which is a positive power, even power. So plus 5 to the power 6. 5 to the power 6, which will be 3125 times 5. Correct? There will be 5 5s are 25, 2 5 2 10, 11 12, 5 1 5 6, 5 3 50, 1 5 6 2 5. Okay, so these are my 5 terms. Question number 6. an equals n times n square plus 5 divided by 4. So a1 is 1 times 1 square plus 5 divided by 4. a2 is 2 times 2 square plus 5 divided by 4. a3 is 3 times 3 square plus 5 divided by 4. a4 is 4 times 4 square plus 5 divided by 4. And a5 is 5 times 5 square plus 5 divided by 4. So solve padalama. I have 1 times 1 square is 1, 1 plus 5 is 6, 6 divided by 4. So 1 into 6 by 4. So if I cancel panna, I'll have 3 by 2. Okay, next 2 times 2 square is 4, 4 plus 5 9. So 9 divided by 4. If I cancel panna, I'll have 9 divided by 2. Next 3 times 3 square is 9, 9 plus 5 14. So 14 divided by 4. So either cancel ago. 2 7s are 2 2s are. So I have 7 3s are 21 divided by 2. Next 4 times 4 square 16. 16 plus 5 21 divided by 4. 4 4 cancel I do. I'll be left with 21. Next 5 times 5 square 25. 25 plus 5 30. So 30 divided by 4. The 2 table cancel panna. 2 4s, 2 2s are 4. 2 15 times. So 15 into 5 and 5 5s are 25. 2 5 1 5 75 divided by 2. Okay, so these are my 5 terms. Question number 7. Find the indicated terms. Okay. So an கொடுத்திருக்கு. an equals 4n minus 3. Find a17 and a24. So a17 na 17 substitute பண்ண வேண்டியது. You have to substitute the value of 17 to n and you have to substitute 24 to n. Okay. So a17 is 4 times 17 minus 3, which is 7 4s are 28, 2, 4, 1, 4, 5, 6, minus 3, which is 65. And a24 will be 4 times 24 minus 3, 4 4s are 16, 4 2s are 8, 9, minus 3, which is 93. Okay. Question number 8. an equals n square divided by 2 to the power n. So I need to find what my a7 is. So simply substitute the value. a7 equals 7 square divided by 2 to the power 7. 7 square and 49. What is 2 to the power 7? It is 2 multiplied 7 times. Correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I have 2 cube which is 8. 2 cube which is 8 times 2. So 8 8s are 64. 64 times 2 is 128. Okay. So 7 square by 2 power 7 is 49 divided by 128. Okay. Moving on to the 9th question. I need a9. So a9 na substitute 9 to wherever I have n. So minus 1 to the power 9 minus 1. N cube. So it is 9 cube. So I'll have minus 1 to the power 8 times 9 cube is 9 9s are 81. 81 into 9. Correct? So minus 1 to any even power is plus. 9 into 81 is 9 1s are 9. 9 8s are 72. So 729. Okay. Moving on to 10th question. A20. So n equals 20. So 20 times 20 minus 2 divided by 20 plus 3, which will be 20 times 20 minus 2 is 18 divided by 23. So what is 20 times 18? 8 2s are 16, 1 2 1s are 2, 3. Don't forget the 0. 360 divided by 23. Okay. So I'm given a1 equals 3, an equals 3 times an minus 1. So அப்படினா என்ன அர்த்தம்? When I substitute, I already have the value of a1. So இப்போ a2 and I need to find the first 5 terms, which means I need to find a1, a2, a3, a4 and a5. I already know what my a1 is. இப்போ a2 என்ன? Okay, so I have the subscript to be 2. So a2 is equal to 3 times a. n oda value enna 2, so it will be 2 minus 1. Okay, you have to understand the difference between a subscript and a number. So wherever you have n, you have to substitute the values of, you have to substitute the corresponding values. So a2 na n oda value 2. So I have a2 equals 3 times a2 minus 1. Okay, so I'll have 3 times a2 minus 1 in a a1. What is my value of a1, which is already given? It is 3. So it will be 3 times 3, which will be 9. So my a2 is 9. Okay. So this is my a2. What is my a3? a3 will be 3 times a3 minus 1. Correct? So it will be 3 times a2, which will be 3 times 9. So it will be 27. So this is my a3. So similarly a4 and 3 times a4 minus 1, n minus 1. So this will be 3 times a3, which will be 3 times a3 and now 27. So what will it be? 7 3s are 21, 2 3 2s are 6, 7 8. Okay, and a5 is 3 times a5 minus 1, 3a n minus 1. So 5 minus 1 is 3a4, which is 3 times 81. So this will be 3 1s are 3, 3 8s are 24, 243. Okay. Moving on to question number 12. I already have my value of a1. So adhe madha kandupidikanum. So I need a2, which is a2 minus 1 divided by 2. Idu vanda subscript kadayadu. Idu da subscript. So what will this be? a1 divided by 2. So what is my value of a1? It is minus 1 divided by 2. So this is my a2. Similarly, what is my a3? a3 will be a3 minus 1 divided by 3, which will be a2 divided by 3. a2 and it is minus half. So I'll have minus half divided by 3. I can write it like this. So I'll have minus half times 1 by 3. Division and multiplication mathana, it will become the reciprocal. So what will I have? Minus 1 by 6. Okay, then a4 is a4 minus 1 divided by 4. So this will be a3 divided by 4, which will be minus 1 by 6 divided by 4. Correct? So this, when I find the reciprocal, it becomes into 1 by 4. So this will be minus 1 by 24. Similarly, a5, which is 5 minus 1 divided by 5. So this will be A4 divided by 5, which is A4 and minus 1 by 24 divided by 5, which will become the reciprocal. So it will be times 1 by 5. So what will be my final value? Minus 1 divided by 5 4s are 20, 2 5 2s are 10, 11, 12. So minus 1 by 120. Okay. Moving on to the next question. So I already have my value of A1 and A2. So now I need to find what my value of A3 is. So A3 and A3 is A3 minus 1 minus 1. A3 minus 1 and A2 minus 1. What is my value of A2? It is 2. So this will be 2 minus 1, which is 1. So A3 and 1. Similarly, A4 is A4 minus 1 minus 1. This is the subscript and this is the actual number. Okay. So A3 minus 1, which will be what is A3, which is found out, it is 1. So minus 1, which is 0. So A4 is 0. Similarly, A5 is A5 minus 1 minus 1. So this will be A4 minus 1, which is 0 minus 1 minus 1. Okay. So for all these three questions, they are asking for the corresponding series. So corresponding series na apdi eduvum. What is my first term? 3. Series na we'll split the numbers with the positive sign, plus sign. Correct? So it will be 3 plus. What is my A2? A2 is 9. So it is 9 plus A3, 27 plus A4, which is 81 plus A5, which is 243. So this is how you write the series. So similarly in the question A1 is minus 1. What is my A2? Minus 1 by 2. So plus minus 1 by 2, which will be minus 1 by 2. What is my A3? Minus 1 by 6. A4 is minus 1 by 24. A5 is minus 1 by 120. Sorry, I do not have place. Please manage. 120. And so on. Okay, we are asked to find the first 5 terms. So we are stopping with the first 5 terms. But the series goes on. This is an infinite series. So similarly, what will you have here? A1 is 2, A2 is 2. So you'll have the series to be 2 plus 2. What is my A3? 1. What is my A4? 0. So plus 0. A5 is minus 1 plus and so on. Okay, so the value just continues. Last and the final question of the exercise. So we are given a Fibonacci series. Okay, Fibonacci na enartham? I'll explain it once we find the answers. Okay, so if A1, A2, 1 in kuduthirukku. So I need to find my other terms. So I need A3, which means what is the relation? A3 is A, 3 minus 1 plus A, 3 minus 2. Wherever I have n, I'm going to substitute with the value of n, which is 3 in the first case. So I'll have A2 plus A1. A2 plus A1 and I am already given the values. So it is 1 plus 1, which is 2. So this is my A3. What is my A4? I need to find the values until 5. Yeah. So I need A4, which is A4 minus 1 plus A4 minus 2, which will be A3 plus A2. What is my A3? I just found out. 2 plus A2, which is already given 1. So it will be 3. What will be my A5? A5 is A5 minus 1 plus A5 minus 2. So this will be A4 plus A3. So A4 and it is 3 plus A3 is 2. So this is 5. What does my sequence look like? 1, 1, 2, 3, 5 and so on. So what do you notice? What is the Fibonacci series? Edo or term. For example, the third term is the sum of the previous 2 terms. Okay. The fourth term is the sum of the previous 2 terms. So basically, whichever term you take, the answer will be the sum of the previous 2 terms. This is the Fibonacci series. You will also learn this in your computer science. Coding la பண்ணுவீங்க. Fibonacci, Fibonacci nu nariya varum. Okay. So this is your Fibonacci series. Basically, any number you take, it will be the sum of the previous 2 terms. Ivladhan. Okay. Now you need to find the ratio of an plus 1 divided by an. Okay. For each and every value of n. So first n equals 1. What will it be? A1 plus 1 divided by a1, which is a2 divided by a1. a2 divided by a1 and 1 divided by 1, which is 1. Okay. For n equals to a2 plus 1 divided by a2, which is a3 divided by a2, which will be what is a3 divided by a2? 2 divided by 1. So 2 by 1, which is 2. For n equals 3, a3 plus 1 divided by a3, which is a4 divided by a3. a4 oda value enna? 3 divided by 2. So it is 3 divided by 2. n equals 4. I'll have a4 plus 1 divided by A4, which is A5 divided by A4. So A5 divided by A4 and 5 divided by 3. Again, n equals 5. I need to find until the value of 5 for n. So I'll have A5 plus 1 divided by A5, which is A6 divided by A5. We have not found the value of A6, so I'll find that too. I'll erase this part. So A6 equals A6 minus 1 plus A6 minus 2, which is A5 plus A4. What is my A5? It is 5 plus 3. So 5 plus 3, which is 8. So the ratio will be 8 divided by 5. Okay, so these are my required ratios. Let us solve example 4. The question is, mth term is n and nth term is m. Find the pth term. Okay, so for mth term now, how do you write? A plus m minus 1 into d equals n. Similarly, a plus n minus 1 into d equals m. Now I need to find the values of a and d in order to find the pth term. What is the pth term? A plus p minus 1 into d. In that I need the values of a and d. So how do I solve? I have two equations and two unknowns. A and d are the unknowns. Okay. So this is equation 1 and this is equation 2. I'm going to subtract both. So what do I get? Let me write the other equation here. Equals m. So when I subtract both, minus, minus, minus. What do I get? A goes off. Here I have m minus 1 times d minus n minus 1 times d equals n minus m. So what do I have? I'm opening the bracket. md minus d minus, let me first open the bracket, nd minus d equals n minus m. md minus d minus nd plus d equals n minus m. So when I take, what do you see? Minus d and plus d gets cancelled. I take the d outside. So I have d of m minus n equals n minus m. So d equals n minus m divided by m minus n, which is minus 1. Do you see that? N minus m tiruppi pota m minus n. But when you reverse it, it becomes minus 1. Okay? So now I know what my d is. Let me substitute the d value on one of the equations to obtain for a. So what do I have? A plus m minus 1 into d. What is my d? Minus 1 equals n. So when I open the bracket, what do I have? A minus m plus 1 equals n. So a equals n plus m minus 1. So this is the value of a. So now what is my pth term? Pth term equals a plus p minus 1 into d. So a is my a plus p minus 1 times minus 1. What is it? N plus m minus 1 minus p plus 1. So the minus 1 plus 1 goes off. So I have n plus m minus p. Okay, that's it. Basically, your final answer should be in terms of n, m and p. Mth term n, nth term m, and you have to find the pth term. You should try to remove a and d. So that's why we are solving for a and d, and our final answer is in terms of n, p and m. Okay. Example 5. If the sum of n terms of an AP, so sum of n terms of an AP is given to be n p plus half n times n minus 1 into q, where p and q are constants, p and q constant. Find the common difference. So you have to find d. Actually, what is d? D is a2 minus a1, which is also a3 minus a2, which is also a4 minus a3, and so on. Correct? So I need to know what a2 and a1 are to find the common difference. So now I have Sn. So what is S1? S1 and auto. When you have the terms a1, a2, a3, a4, and so on, S1 is the sum of first one terms. Only a1. So S1 is nothing but a1. What is S2? It is a1 plus a2. Sn another a1 plus a2 plus so on plus an. Correct? Always remember this, it is very useful. So why did I write this? I have Sn. So if I find S1 and S2, I know what A1 and A2 are. A1 and A2 enna therinjaduna, I can easily use this to find the common difference. Okay? So what is S1? Substituting 1 to n, I have 1 times P plus half 1 times 1 minus 1 times Q. What is 1 minus 1? 0. 0 times Q, 0. Half elame 0. So S1 is P, which is also A1 according to this. So now what is S2? Substituting 2 for n. So 2 times P plus half times 2 times 2 minus 1 times Q. So in the 2 and 2 gets cancelled. 2 minus 1 is 1. You're left with Q. So what is it? 2P plus Q. This is another A1 plus A2. The sum of first two terms is S2. You know what A1 is. You know what S2 is. Can you find A2? So what is A2? A2 is nothing but S2 minus A1. S2 minus A1. So what is your S2? 2P plus Q. What is your A1? P minus P. So 2P minus P is P plus Q. So now you know A1 and you know A2. So what is your common difference? T equals A2 minus A1, which is P plus Q minus P, which is Q. This is how you find the common difference when you are given the sum of n terms. Okay? Example 6. So the sum of n terms of AP1 to the sum of n terms of AP2. So you're given two arithmetic progressions and the sums are in the ratio 3n plus 8 divided by 7n plus 15. Basically your number of terms is the same. Okay. So you are asked to find the ratio of their 12th terms. What is your 12th term? A12 of AP1 to A12 of AP2. This is what you are asked, which is nothing but A plus 11D divided by A plus 11D. This is of AP1 and this is of AP2. So in the if you have AP1 numerator, here also in the numerator you should have AP1 because the ratio changes. So now what is this? What is Sn? N by 2 times 2A plus n minus 1 into D divided by n by 2 times 2A plus n minus 1 into D equals 3n plus 8 divided by 7n plus 15. The n by 2 and the n by 2 goes off. So what do you need? You need A plus 11D. But what do you have here? What is the coefficient of A? It is 2. Now in the you need a 11. But only when you have a 22 here, you can take out the 2 in common and you can cancel 2's. You will have A plus 11D. Do you understand? So let me write it down. N equals 23 and substitute. So what will happen? 2A plus 23 minus 1 is 22D divided by the same thing here. 2A plus 22D. ரெண்டுமே equal கிடையாது ஏனா இது AP1 இது AP2. Okay va? Equals, I am substituting the n to be 23. So what do I have? 3 times 23 plus 8 divided by 7 times 23 plus 15. Here I can take the 2 out. So I have A plus 11D. In give me I can take the 2 out. I have A plus 11D. So that is what is required. Correct? So in that what will happen when you multiply the numerator and the denominator by 2? 2 all multiply panna, it becomes 2A plus 22D. 2A plus 22D. In that 22 venuna, what should the n value be? 23. So that's why we are substituting 23 wherever you have n. So what do I have? A plus 11D of AP1 divided by A plus 11D of AP2 equals 339326 plus 8 divided by 321 161 plus 15. So what do I have? 77 divided by 176. So this you can cancel using 11 table. 7 divided by 16. This is the required ratio. Okay. Exercise 9.2. Question number 1. Find the sum of odd integers from 1 to 2001. So, if 1 to 2001, what are the odd numbers? 1, 3, 5, 7, so on. 1999, 2001. So, what is your first term? 1. What is your nth term? 2001. What is your common difference? 3 minus 1, which is 2. So, we are asked to find the sum of all the odd terms. So, you do not know what your n is. N therinjadana panna mudiyum. So, we know A, An and D. So, using these three, you can find what the n value is. So, using the relation An equals A plus n minus 1 into D. In the equation, n kandupidichittu substitute it for Sn. You will know what the sum is. Okay. So, An 2001 equals 1 plus n minus 1 into D. When I subtract this, I have 2000 divided by 2 equals n minus 1. So, 1000, n equals 1000. When I cancel this, I am bringing the 1 to the other side. So, plus 1. So, your number of terms another 1001. Now, your Sn is n by 2 of 2a plus n minus 1 into D. Now, substituting the values, n value 1001 divided by 2 times 2a, a and 1 plus n minus 1. 1001 minus 1 times what is your D? 2. So, what do you have? 1001 divided by 2 of 2 plus 1000 times 2. 2 plus what is 1000 times 2 is 2000. So, you have 1001 divided by 2 times 2002. This goes off. So, what is your final answer? Okay, that's it. So, this is the sum of all the odd numbers from 1 to 2001. We find n first, then we substitute that in the sum formula. We find what the sum is. Okay. Third question. In an AP, the first term is 2. First term is 2. The sum of first 5 terms, is 1/4 the next 5 terms. What is the next 5 terms? 1/4 times S10 minus S5. Correct? This is the sum of the next 5 terms. You have A1, A2, A3, A4, A5, A6, A7, A8, A9, A10. So this is S5. This is S10. So when you need this, it's S10 minus S5. This is the sum of the next 5 terms. So you have to find that, show that the 20th term is minus 112. Okay. So in the relation Edita, you'll be able to solve the question. So this is the relation that is very, very important. So let me erase this. So what is S5? N by 2 of 2a plus n minus 1 into D equals 1/4 of 10 by 2. N value keeps changing. So don't forget. N by 2 of 2a plus n minus 1 into D minus the period bracket in the close panla. I haven't closed the bigger bracket. So it's 5 divided by 2 of 2a plus n minus 1 into D. So taking 2 common, I can cancel this 2 and this 2. Correct? So I'll cancel that. When you take 1 by 2 out of this, you can take this 2 and this 2. You have a 1 by 2 here. So I've cancelled all the 1 by 2s. Now I have a 4 here. I'll multiply that here. Okay? 20 of 2a. What is your a? 4. 4 plus, what is your n? 5 minus 1. So I'll substitute for n here. 5 minus 1, 10 minus 1, 5 minus 1. So what do I have? 5 minus 1, which is 4d equals, I've taken this 1 by 4 here. So what am I left with? 10 times 2 times 2 is 4 plus 9d minus 5 times, what is 2a? 2 times 2. 4 plus 4d. Okay. So what do I have here? Let me take the 4 outside. So I have 80 times 1 plus d equals, let me multiply everything inside. I have 40 plus 90D minus 5 4 20. 5 4s are 20. I'll take the minus sign inside the bracket. I have minus 20D. So what happens when I simplify the right hand side? The left hand side remains the same. 80 of 1 plus D equals 40 minus 20 is 20. 90D minus 20D is 70D. So plus 70D. So here when I take the 10 outside, I have 10 times 8 plus 8D equals 10 times 2 plus 7D. So now I bring 2 to one side and the D's to the other side. I have 8 minus 2 equals 7D minus 8D. So what do I have here? 6 equals minus D. So my D is minus 6. Let me substitute in A20. What is my A20? It's A plus 19D, which is 2 plus 19 times minus 6. What is it? 2 minus 114. So I get minus 112. Did you get what is required? Hence proved. Okay. Question number 4. How many terms of the AP minus 6, minus 11 by 2, minus 5, etc. are needed for the sum to be minus 25? So they have given the sum of n terms to be minus 25, but you need to find what that n is. Ettana number of terms add panna minus 25 varudhunu theriyum. Okay. So what is your A? Minus 6. What is your D? It is A2 minus A1. So minus 11 minus of minus 2 is plus 2. So what do I have when I take the LCM? I have minus 11 plus 12 divided by 2, which is 1 by 2. What is my n? I don't know. Sn equals n by 2 of 2a plus n minus 1 into t. So let me substitute for the values that I have. Sn is minus 25 equals n by 2 of 2 times minus 6 plus n minus 1 times half. So I multiply 2 times minus 25. I have minus 50 equals n times minus 12 plus half n minus half. Okay. So I multiply both sides by 2 to remove this 2. So what do I have? Minus 100 equals n times minus 24 plus n minus 1. Rendu side 2 all multiply panna enna agum? Into 2. So 5 times 50 times 2 is 100. Inge into 2 panna it gets multiplied to each and every term. So you get minus 24. Inge 2 cancel item, so it becomes n minus 1. So minus 24 minus 1 is minus 25. Minus 100 equals n times n minus 25. So when I multiply it inside, I have minus 100 equals n square minus 25n. So now I have a quadratic equation. 25n plus 100 equals 0. So how do I find the factors? Let me do a prime factorization. But instead of using prime numbers, I'll just use big numbers to see what I get. So I have 10, 2, 5. So in order to get 25, I have 20 times 5. So it's 100 minus 20 minus 5. So I get 100 and minus 25. So I have n square. This is just a shortcut. This is not exactly a prime factorization method. And in the prime factorization method, you only have to use prime numbers. But I get 10 use pannirken, which is a composite number. But I've used this because this is a shortcut, just to find which factors I can take. Okay, this is just a trick that I use. N square minus 20n minus 5n plus 100 equals 0. N times n minus 20, n minus 20 minus 5. So I have n minus 5 times n minus 20 equals 0. So what are my n values? N equals 5 or n equals 20. So these are my number of terms. Okay. In an AP, if the pth term is 1 by q. So the pth term is 1 by q and the qth term is 1 by p. prove that the sum of first PQ terms is half PQ plus 1. So you need your answers in terms of P and Q. So let's see what we can do. Question first correct interpret pannom. Pth term AP, Qth term AQ, sum of PQ terms. PQ is the N here. N PQ da. Okay? Pth term. So what do you have? A plus P minus 1 into D equals 1 by Q. Here A plus Q minus 1 times D equals 1 by P. So what are your unknowns? A and D. So first you need to find the value of A and D and then substitute it in the sum formula to obtain what is needed. Okay? So first either subtract panna, what do you get? Minus, minus, minus. So this goes off. This I have PD minus D minus, I'm just multiplying it inside. PD minus D bracket QD minus D. This minus is this minus, I'm subtracting. Equals 1 by Q minus 1 by P. So what do I have when I open the bracket? PD minus D minus QD plus D. This is very similar to one of the example questions that we solved. So now the minus D and the plus D goes off. I take D common. Let me do it here. D of P minus Q equals, I'm going to take the LCM here. So I have P minus Q divided by PQ. P minus Q divided by PQ. So this PQ and this PQ gets cancelled. They are both in the numerators on either side of the equal to symbol. So this goes off, this goes off. So my D is 1 by PQ. What is my A? Let me substitute it in any one of the equations. So A plus P minus 1 times D equals 1 by Q. So what is my A? A equals 1 by Q minus P times 1 by PQ. P by PQ minus 1, when it goes to the other side, it becomes plus 1. Plus 1 by PQ. P and P gets cancelled. 1 by Q and 1 by Q gets cancelled. So what is my A? A is also P by Q. So now let me substitute it in the sum formula. What is S? PQ. N PQ da. So you have N by 2 of 2A plus N minus 1 times D. I'm going to substitute for A and D. So S PQ equals PQ by 2 of 2 times 1 by PQ. So I just write PQ plus N minus 1 times 1 by PQ. So when I take PQ outside, PQ and the PQ gets cancelled. So what do I have? SPQ equals half times 2 plus N minus 1. When I open the brackets, what do I have? Half 2 plus N minus 1. What is my N? PQ. 2 minus 1 is 1. So in the end, I have half times 1 plus PQ, which is the required equation. Okay. So in that I'll have to substitute N equals PQ, but I did it in the last step. Okay. If the sum of a certain number of terms of an AP, 25, 22, 19 and so on. This is the AP, and sum of certain number of terms is 116. Find the last term, which is the nth term. So you need to know what n is first in order to know the nth term. So let us solve. A equals 25, first term. D equals A2 minus A1. So it's 22 minus 25 minus 3. Directly the path don't say 3. Okay, it's A2 minus A1. What is your n? You do not know. You have your Sn. So let's substitute into the formula. Sn equals n by 2 of 2A plus n minus 1 into D. So what is your Sn? Equals n by 2 of 2 times 25 plus n minus 1 times minus 3. So I'm going to multiply the 2 over here. So I have 232 equals n times 50 minus 3n plus 3. I have 232 equals n times 50 plus 3 is 53 minus 3n. So multiply it inside. 232 is 53n minus 3n square. So now we have a quadratic equation. 3n square minus 53n plus 232 equals 0. So what are the factors? 232 times 3 is what I want. So I'll take a prime factorization of this. So I have so my factors are 2, 2, 2, 29 and don't miss this 3 out. So with all this, I need to get minus 53. I have 3 to 6, 6 to 12, 12 to 24. So I have 24 times 29. When I add these, I get 53. So what are my numbers? 232 times 3 is the product, 696. So I need to get 696 and I need minus 53. So this is how I solve. I just showed you how I find the factors. So let me write 3n square minus 24n minus 29n plus 232 equals 0. So let me take 3n outside. I have n minus 8. I need n minus 8 over here. So let me take minus 29 outside. 29 times 8 is 232. 29 times 8. Cross check paniyacha? Okay, good. Equals 0. So I have 3n minus 29 times n minus 8. So my n is either 29 by 3 or n equals 8. But can number of terms be in fraction? Can you say you have 1.5 terms? So rejecting n equals 29 by 3, your n value is 8. So now you know what your n is. You have to find an. Very simple. So now a, 8 equals a plus n minus 1 into d, which is 70. What are your a and d? 25 and minus 3. So I have 25 plus 7 times minus 3. 25 minus 21, 4. Okay. So that's your A8, which is your nth term, the last term. Question number 7. Find the sum to n terms. Find the sum to n terms of the AP whose kth term is 5k plus 1. What is your kth term? A plus k minus 1 times d equals 5k plus 1. So when I multiply it inside, I have a plus kd minus d equals 5k plus 1. So you see that here I have a kd and here I have 5k. So equating the coefficients of k, kd equals 5k, d equals 5. You have another equation, a minus d equals 1. These are independent of k. So a minus d equals 1. A equals 1 plus 5, which is 6. So what do you need? You need the sum of n terms. So what is the sum of n terms? N by 2 of 2a plus n minus 1 times d. N by 2 of 12 plus 5n minus 5. N by 2 of 12 minus 5, 7 plus 5n. You do not know what your n is. So this is your final answer. Question number 8. If the sum of n terms of an AP, sum of n terms is pn plus qn square, where p and q are constant, find the common difference. We solved a very similar question in the example. So what do you know? S1 is A1. Sum of first term is the first term itself. That's S1. S2 is sum of the first two terms. So you need to know what the common difference is. So what do? D equals A2 minus A1. So you need to find out what A2 and A1 are in order to find the common difference. So adukku you need to know S1 and S2. So how do you find S1? You simply substitute 1 to wherever you see n. So what do you have? P times 1 plus q times 1 square. So this is your S1, which is also A1, the first term. What is your S2? 2 substitute pannu. So you have 2p plus 2 square, 4 times q. So this is your A1 plus A2. Correct? So now, what is your A2? A2 is nothing but S2 minus A1, which is S2 minus A1. What is your S2? You just found out. 2p plus 4q minus A1 and P plus Q. Put a bracket. Okay? Wherein the bracket illama pota, it will become minus P plus Q. And it's actually minus P minus Q. Another bracket poto. Equals 2P plus 4Q minus P minus Q. So what do you have? 2P minus PP, 4Q minus Q plus 3Q. So this is your A2. Now you have A2 and A1. So what is your common difference? A2 minus A1, which is P plus 3Q minus A1 in a bracket. P plus Q. So P plus 3Q minus P minus Q. P minus P cancel, I know. 3Q minus Q, 2Q. So this is your common difference. Okay. Question number 9. The sum of n terms of two arithmetic progressions are in the ratio 5n plus 4, 9n plus 6. This is very similar to the example question. So you have Sn of arithmetic progression 1, Sn of arithmetic progression 2. They are in the ratio 5n plus 4 divided by 9n plus 6. You need to find out the ratio of their 18th terms. So A18 of AP1, A18 of AP2, which is A plus 17D divided by A plus 17D. This is of AP1, this is of AP2. So how do you find out Sn? So what is your Sn? N by 2 of 2A plus n minus 1 into D divided by n by 2 of 2A plus n minus 1 into D equals 5n plus 4 divided by 9n plus 6. N by 2 goes up. Basically, the number of terms is the same. N is same. A and D, it could be equal or it could be different. Okay, because it is two different APs. They can be equal APs or they can be unequal APs. Okay, so this is what you have. You need A plus 17D. Yeah. So here you have 2A. So let's see what happens when you multiply this by 2 by 2. You have 2A plus 34D divided by 2A plus 34D. So if you need A plus 17D, it is equivalent to finding 2A plus 34D. Correct? In a numerator and denominator, I have just multiplied and divided by 2 by 2. So A plus 17D is also the same as 2A plus 34D. Veru minus into 2 mattum dhaan, right? So you need 34D. You have 2A here. In order to have 34 here, what should your n value be? 35. So taking n equals 35, you have 2A plus 35 minus 1 times D divided by 2A plus 35 minus 1 times D equals, substituting 35 to this n also. So you have 5 times 35 plus 4 divided by 9 times 35 plus 6. So what do you have? 2A plus 34D, 2A plus 34D. So now I'll take the 2 outside and I'll cancel both 2 in the numerator and the denominator. So I have A plus 17D. Do you understand what I'm doing? So I'm taking the 2 outside. 2 times A plus 17D divided by 2 times A plus 17D equals 5, 5, 25, 5, 3, 15 divided by 9, 5, 45, 4, 9, 3, 27, 31 plus 6. So I cancel this 2 and 2. So I have A plus 17D by A plus 17D of AP1. This is what is needed. You just have to add that. 179 divided by 321. That's your final answer. Question number 10. If the sum of first P terms of an AP equals the sum of first Q terms, so SP equals SQ, then find the sum of first P plus Q terms. So this is your N. Okay, then what is this? So SP equals SQ. So what do you have? N by 2. Here N is P. P by 2 of 2A plus P minus 1 times D equals Q by 2 of 2A plus Q minus 1 times D. So what do you actually need? S of P plus Q is nothing but N by 2 of 2A plus N minus 1 times D. So what are your unknowns? A and D are your unknowns. So you need to find what your A and D is. So I'm cancelling 2 and 2. So what am I left with? I'm going to multiply everything inside. So I have 2AP plus I have PD times P. So it's P square D minus I have minus D times P. So it's minus DP equals, similarly I have 2AQ plus QD times Q. So I have Q square D minus D times Q. I have minus DQ. 2AP minus 2AQ, I'm bringing this to this side, plus P square D minus DP minus Q square D minus DQ equals 0. A outside, A times 2P minus 2Q plus D times, what do I have? P square minus Q square minus P minus Q equals 0. When I try to take the 2 outside, what do I have? 2A times P minus Q plus D times, what do you have here? P plus Q times P minus Q. This is this minus DP plus DQ. So you have plus Q. So I have of P minus Q. What am I trying to do here? I remove the minus outside. I have it inside the bracket. I split P square minus Q square. So what am I trying to do? I have a P minus Q here. I have a P minus Q here. I have a P minus Q here. I'm going to remove all the P minus Q outside and it will get cancelled because we have a 0 on the right hand side. Correct? So what do I have now? 2A plus D times. Basically, I'm dividing the whole equation by P minus Q. So, inge divide panna enna go? This term goes off. I have 2A. Here, if I divide by P minus Q, I'll have D times P plus Q minus 1 equals 0. So, what do I have? I have D equals, I'm going to take this 2A to the other side. So, it becomes minus 2A. Now, I have D times some number. So, when I bring it down, it becomes the denominator. So, I have P plus Q minus 1. So, this is my D in terms of A. So, let's see what happens when I substitute it in the equation. So, I have S P plus Q equals P plus Q divided by 2 of 2A plus P plus Q minus 1 times, what is my D now? Minus 2A divided by P plus Q minus 1. What do you see? P plus Q minus 1 and P plus Q minus 1 will get cancelled. What am I left with? S times P plus Q equals P plus Q divided by 2 of 2A plus times minus becomes minus 2A. 2A minus 2A, 0. So what is your answer? 0. Basically, or 0 is step. Okay, you have to get the 0. What is given? Sum of P terms, sum of Q terms, they are equal. So you are trying to equate them. Either you find what A and D values are. If not, you write one in terms of the other. So D in terms of A. Now I am going to substitute it in the equation that I want. So S of P plus Q in our using the sum formula, I have written it out. Instead of D, I am substituting it with what I found out. Then I do some calculation here. The numerator and the denominator gets cancelled. So in the sign la important. If you had gotten P plus Q plus 1 na, it cancel aayirukadu. So there will be some silly mistake around here. So everything here is a little bit of thinking and idhula vandu nariya mistakes panna mudiyum. So you should be very, very careful. Okay. Question number 11. Sum of the first P, Q, R terms are A, B and C respectively. Prove that A by P times Q minus R plus B by Q times R minus P plus C by R times P minus Q equals 0. So again you are going to use the sum formula. So what do you have? P by 2 of 2A plus n minus 1 into T equals A. Q by 2 of 2A plus n minus 1 into D equals B. Your n here is P, right? Here it is Q. R by 2 of 2A plus n minus 1 times T equals C. So what do I have from here? I have 2a by p. I'm bringing the p by 2 to this side. I have 2a by p equals 2a plus p minus 1 times t. I have 2b divided by q equals 2a plus q minus 1 times t. I have 2c divided by r equals 2a plus r minus 1 times t. Okay, so what am I going to do? I'm going to mark this equation as 1, 2, 3. I'm going to subtract 1 minus 2 and 2 minus 3. So let me erase this part of the board. Please copy. So what am I going to get when I subtract these two? I have 2a by p minus 2b by q equals, the 2a and 2a gets cancelled. I have pd minus d minus qd minus d within bracket. Okay, so on the right hand side I have pd minus d minus qd plus d. So the minus d and the plus d goes off. So I'll take the LCM on this side. I have 2aq minus 2bp divided by pq equals d times p minus q. So what is my d? My d is 2aq minus 2bp divided by pq times p minus q. So this is how you solve questions in the exam. I'm really sorry, but you have to do all this. This is a trial and error based questions, but you only have very few options. Either you subtract the two equations or you divide the two equations to find the ratio. So these are all the few trial and error methods. So this is one of the method which is very, very helpful and useful. You get the right answer. So this is D, right? So you have got D. So now when you subtract equation 2 and 3, you'll get another D. So you'll equate both the D's. So let me do this on the other side. So I need to subtract this and this. So I'll erase this part. So what will I get? I have 2b by q minus 2c by r equals 2a and 2a goes off. I have qd minus d minus rb minus d. So I have rb plus d. I haven't put the bracket, but I directly wrote the answer. So minus d and the plus d goes off. Now I'll erase these two equations. Please write them down. So I'm taking the LCM. 2br minus 2cq divided by qr equals d times q minus r. So what is my d now? D equals 2br minus 2cq divided by qr times q minus r. So I'm going to equate both. So what do I have? 2aq minus 2bp divided by pq times p minus q equals 2br minus 2cq divided by qr times q minus r. Okay, let me erase this part of the board. Please write it down. Now what do you see? Q and the q will get cancelled, and the 2 in the numerator, they'll also get cancelled. When you take 2 outside, you'll have aq minus pp. When you take the 2 outside, you'll have br minus cq. Okay, now I'm going to cross multiply. What do you have? R times q minus r times aq minus bp equals br minus cq. I'll write it this way. P times p minus q times br minus cq. So let me multiply the r inside. I have q minus r times aqr minus bpr equals p minus q times ppr minus pcq dividing by pqr. Why am I going to do that? I have q minus r. I need a by p. Do you see what you need in the question? Q minus r irukku, p minus q irukku. So q minus r, I need a divided by p. So in order to get divided by p here, I need to divide this whole thing by pqr so that the qr and qr will go off and I'll be left with p. Similarly, here I have p minus q. I need c by r. So if c by r venuna, I need the p and q to get cancelled. So let me go term by term. I have q minus r times aqr divided by pqr. Qr will get cancelled. So a by p minus bpr by pqr. Pr will get cancelled. I'll have b by q equals P minus Q times PBR divided by PQR. PR will go off. I'll have B by Q minus PCQ PQR. P and Q. So I'll have C by R. So what do you have now? I'm going to open the brackets. So I have A by P times Q minus R minus B by Q times Q minus R. I'm going to bring everything to this side. I have minus B by Q times P minus Q plus C by R times P minus Q. So now you have A by P times Q minus R. You have C by R times P minus Q. Now you're left with B by Q times R minus P. You still have not got that. So let me erase the first line. So you have A by P times Q minus R plus C by R times P minus Q. So what do I have? I'll take the B by Q outside. So let me write plus B by Q. So the minus goes inside. Minus of Q minus R. So this becomes R minus Q. R minus Q. In Q I have minus of P minus Q. So this becomes Q minus P. So plus Q minus P. The minus Q and the plus Q gets cancelled. You're left with R minus P. So this is what is required. So I'll erase this line also. Please copy. So this is your final answer. You have A by P times Q minus R plus P by Q times R minus P plus C by R times P minus Q equals 0. Okay. Only with practice you'll be able to solve such questions. Please repeat this question again on your own. Write it 2 to 3 times. Only then you'll get used to it. Okay. Question number 12. The ratio of sums of m and n terms of an AP. So Sm to Sn is m square by n square. Show that the ratio of their mth to the nth term. M to the nth term is 2m minus 1 divided by 2n minus 1. So what do you have? Sm by Sn. So what is the formula? N by 2, in which case n is m. N by 2 of 2a plus n minus 1 into d. Here n is m. M minus 1 into d divided by n by 2 of 2a plus n minus 1 into d equals m square divided by n square. The 2 and 2 goes off. M and m. Ori m poidum. N and one of the n goes off. So what are you left with? You're left with 2a plus m minus 1 into d divided by 2a plus n minus 1 into d equals m by n. What do you need? You need a plus m minus 1 into d divided by a plus n minus 1 into d. In your example questions, you had numbers. Here you do not have the numbers. Okay, that is the only difference. So on the right hand side, what do you need? You need 2m minus 1. What do I have here? I have m here. So what I'm going to do, let me write wherever I have m, I'll write it as 2m minus 1. Okay, in the earthla I need 2m minus 1. So I'm going to replace this m by 2m minus 1. I'm going to replace this n by 2n minus 1. So what happens? This m will also get replaced with 2m minus 1. This n will also get replaced with 2n minus 1. And again, answer venumo, adha na kondu varen. Okay, this is like the reverse method. Okay, so now I'm going to substitute for m. So I have 2a plus, instead of m, I have 2m minus 1 times d divided by 2a plus, instead of n, I'm going to substitute 2n minus 1. So n ku badil 2n minus 1. I have a minus 1 also here. So it is minus 1 times d equals, m I'm going to substitute 2m minus 1 divided by, for n, it is 2n minus n. 2n minus 1. Sorry. So now what do we have? I have 2a plus 2m minus 2 times d divided by 2a plus 2n minus 2 times d equals 2m minus 1 divided by 2n minus 1. So when I take 2 outside, this 2 goes off. I take a 2 outside of this, so this 2 goes off. So multiplying and dividing by 2, what do I have? A plus m minus 1 into d divided by a plus n minus 1 into d equals 2m minus 1 divided by 2n minus 1. 2 a common எடுக்கிறேன் அவ்வளவுதான். இங்க இந்த 2 எடுத்துட்டா what do you have? A plus m minus 1. இந்த 2 போய்டும் இந்த 2 போய்டும். So this is the required answer. Okay. You get such proofs in your exam for 3 to 4 marks. So learn such questions. Definitely solve your exercise questions from your NCERT textbook. அதுல இந்த examல definitely questions வரும். Okay. இந்த மாதிரி proofs definitely வரும். Question number 13. Sum of n terms of an AP is 3n square plus 5n and its mth term am is 164. Find m. So you need to find what the m value is. Okay. So let's see. You have Sn. So what do you need for, what is the formula for am? Am equals a plus m minus 1 into d. So in order to find m, you already know the value of am. You need to know what a is and what d is. So it's very easy. What do you have? Sn. Same. S1 equals a1. Sum of the first term is the first term itself. S2 equals a1 plus a2. So what am I going to do? S1 equals, substituting 1 in the equation. I have 3 times 1 square plus 5 times 1, which is 8, which is the first term. S2 equals 3 times 2 square plus 5 times 2. What do I have? 3, 4, 12 plus 10, which is 22. This is nothing but a1 plus a2. So what is my a2? It is S2 minus a1. a2 equals S2 minus a1, which is 22 minus 8. So what do I have? 14. So I have my a1 and a2. What is my common difference? a2 minus a1, which is 14 minus 8, 6. So I have my a, I have my d. So what is my am now? A plus n minus 1 into d. Am is given to be 164 equals, what is my a? What is my a? 8. 8 plus m. M minus 1 times d, which is 6. 164 minus 8. 164 minus 8 equals m minus 1 times 6. 156 divided by 6. I'm bringing this 6 here equals m minus 1. 6 la poguma? 6 2s are 3 carry over 6 times. So I have m minus 1 equals 26. M equals 27. Okay. Question number 14. Insert 5 numbers between 8 and 26. So 8, you need A1, A2, A3, A4, A5, 26. You need to insert 5 numbers between 8 and 26 such that the resulting sequence is an AP. So this is nothing but the arithmetic mean. So how do you find out? How many terms do you have? You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You have 7 terms. So your n is 7. Your a is 8. Your an is 26. You need to find the other terms. So what is your a1? A1 is nothing but a plus d. First term a. The common difference is d. So what is your second term? Around a2 is a plus n minus 1 into d. So you have a plus d. Your a2 is nothing but the first arithmetic mean. Okay? Clear? So a1 is a plus d. Similarly, a2 is a plus 2d. a3 is a plus 3d. a4 is a plus 4d. And a5 is a plus 5d. Don't get confused between a1 and a1. This is the first term. This is the first arithmetic mean. Okay? So this a1 is a plus d. But this a2 is a plus 2d. a2 is actually a plus d. Purida? So this is your a1, a2, a3, small a1s. So these are all your large a1s, which are the arithmetic means. So now I need to find the value of d. So what is my d? Using the formula an equals a plus n minus 1 into d. I have my an. A vandu 8 plus n minus 1. What is my n? 7. 7 minus 1 is 6 times d. Okay? So what do I have? 26 minus 8. 26 minus 8 is 18 equals 6d. d equals 18 by 6, which is 3. Now substituting it here, what is your a? Your a is 8. So 8 plus 3. Here you have 8 plus 3 2s are 6. 8 plus 3 3s are 9. 8 plus 3 4s are 12. I'm just substituting for D. 8 plus 5 3 50. So what is my answer? 11, 14, 17, 20, 23. Okay. So these are my 5 numbers which are between 8 and 26. And when you include all these numbers, the given sequence becomes an AP. So what is your AP? 8, 11, 14, 17, 20, 23, 26. Common difference equal are. So the given sequence is an AP. Okay. Question number 15. Arithmetic mean of A and B is given to be AN plus BN divided by A to the n minus 1 plus B to the n minus 1. So arithmetic mean of A comma B. What is the arithmetic mean? The value that is just in between A and B. So which can be represented as A plus B by 2. So this is what we are going to equate. Now I am going to cross multiply. So what do I have? 2 times AN plus B to the n equals A plus B times AN minus 1 plus BN minus 1. So what do I have? 2A to the n plus 2B to the n equals, multiply pannalam. A times A to the power n minus 1. So A to the power 1 times A to the n minus 1. Power gets added. So what do you have? A times 1 plus n minus 1. 1 minus 1 poido, you have A to the n. Okay. So A to the n plus A B to the n minus 1 plus A n minus 1 B plus B to the n. Okay. So this is what you get. So bringing AN and BN to the left hand side. Times B. So what do we have here? A to the n plus B to the n equals AB to the n minus 1 plus A n minus 1 times B. So what am I going to do? I'm going to have A to the n here. I'm going to bring this term to the left. So minus A to the power n minus 1 times B equals AB to the power n minus 1 minus B to the n. You'll see why I did this. I'm going to take A to the n minus 1 outside. So what do I have? A to the n minus 1 bracket. I need AN here. So I need a A. A times A to the n minus 1 is A. Right? Minus, I'm left with B. Similarly, on the other side, I'm going to take B to the n minus 1 outside. B to the n minus 1. So I'm left with A minus, I need a B. Right? So what do I have? The A minus B and the A minus B gets cancelled. So I'm left with A to the power n minus 1 equals B to the power n minus 1. I'm going to bring this to one side. A to the power n minus 1 divided by B to the power n minus 1 equals 1. 0 kadayadu. Appada idu multiply panna, you'll get back the same equation. Okay? If it is a minus, it becomes 0. If it is A to the n minus 1 minus B to the n minus 1, na, in the pakam 0. Okay? Please remember when you have to put a 0 and when you have to put a 1. Don't get confused. So taking common powers, A by B to the power n minus 1 equals 1. Now 1 can also be written as A divided by B to the power 0. Why am I doing that? I have A by B to the power n minus 1 on the left hand side. So if I get A by B on the right hand side, the bases are equal, so the powers are equal. Do you remember this? You learnt it in your 9th standard or 10th standard. So since your bases are equal, your powers are also equal. So that's why in the one A by B to the power 0. I can write anything else. I can write 1 lakh by 1 lakh to the power 0. But is it relevant? Eppadi relevant irko appadithaan eludum. So the powers are equal. Since the bases are equal, the powers are equal. So n minus 1 equals 0, n equals 1. Okay? Number 16, between 1 and 31, m numbers have been inserted. So 1, 31 linde, you have A1, A2 and so on till AM and 31. Okay? So you have m terms that is inserted between 1 and 31. And such that the resulting sequence is an AP and the ratio of the 7th and the m minus 1th numbers. Okay? So m numbers have been inserted and the ratio of the 7th and the m minus 1th term of an AP is given to be 5 by 9. Now, it will become A7, which is the 7th term of the whole AP, not the 7th arithmetic mean. So be very careful. It is not A7 by AM minus 1. It is the capital A, which means the arithmetic mean oda 7th term to the arithmetic mean oda M minus 1th term. Adoda ratio da 5 by 9. Okay? A7, capital A7 is very, very different from small a7. Okay? So in that way, if they had given the 7th term of the AP na, you should write A7. They have given the 7th number, which means the 7th number is A1, A2, A3, A4, A5, A6, A7. Okay? Arithmetic mean oda 7th term. So what do you have? You have A is A plus D. Correct? This is A. This is A1, A2. So what is A2? A plus N minus 1 into D. A plus D. This is your A1. What is your A2? A plus 2D. What will be your A7? It will be A plus 7D. Okay? And what will be your A M minus 1th term? It will be A plus M minus 1 into D. The same value. Okay? So now you need to find what your A is and what your D is using this. So let's see what we have. So we have A equals 1. Your AN is 31. What is your number of terms? You have M arithmetic means and you have 2 more numbers in the front and the back. So you have M plus 2 terms. You have M arithmetic mean plus you have 2 other numbers. So it's M plus 2 terms. What is your common difference? We do not know. So let's find out. So using the formula AN equals A plus N minus 1 into D, we have 31 equals 1 plus, what is your N? M plus 2. M plus 2 minus 1 times D vandu theriyadu. We do not know what D is. So 31 minus 1, 30 equals M plus 1 times D. So what is my D? 30 divided by M plus 1. Okay? Okay. So now I know what my A is. I know what my D is. Let us substitute in what we need. What is A7? A plus 7D divided by AM minus 1 in A plus M minus 1 times D equals 5 by 9. So let me substitute the values. I have 1 plus 7 times 30 divided by M plus 1, the whole divided by 1 plus M minus 1 times 30 divided by M plus 1 equals 5 by 9. So let me take the LCM. So the LCM is M plus 1. I multiply by M plus 1. So M plus 1 plus 7 times 30. So you have 210 divided by M plus 1 varum. Denominator you will get another M plus 1. So that will get cancelled. So let's see. M plus 1 divided by M plus 1 plus, let me multiply this inside. I have 30M minus 30 divided by M plus 1 equals 5 by 9. M plus 1 and M plus 1 will get cancelled. So I have M plus 211 divided by 31M minus 29 equals 5 by 9. So when I cross multiply, what do I have? 9M plus 9 ones are 9, 9 ones are 9, 9 twos are 18 equals 515, 53, 15. 155M minus 9, 5, 45, 4, 5 to 10, 40, 145. 1899 plus 145 equals 155M minus 99. So I have 2044 equals 146M. My M is 2044 divided by 146, which is 14. Okay. A man starts repaying a loan as first installment of rupees 100. So 100 is his first installment. If he increases the installment by rupees 5 every month. So every month he is increasing it by 5 and so on. What amount will he pay in his 30th installment? So what will he pay in his 30th installment? They have not asked what he would have paid in all of his 30 installments. அப்படி இருந்தா sum கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். 30 installment வரைக்கும் எவ்வளோ அவன் pay பண்ணிருக்கான் அப்படின்னு கேட்டா you should have found the sum. But they are asking how much he is going to pay in his 30th installment. Okay? Understand the difference between the two. Now we are asked to find A30. Okay? So what is your A? 100. What is your D? 5. What is your N? 30. So what is your A? 30. A plus N minus 1 into D, which is 100 plus 30 minus 1 into 5. 100 plus 29 times 5. 100 plus 9, 5, 45. 4, 5 to 10. 14. 245. Okay. This is what he'll be paying in his 30th installment. The difference between any two consecutive interior angles of a polygon is 5 dB. So the difference is 5. If the smallest angle is 120, which means that is the first term. Smallest angle is 120 degree. Find the number of sides of a polygon. So you need to know what the number of sides of the polygon is. So what do you know? You know that in a polygon, the total angle in a polygon is given by the formula 180 times n minus 2, 180 degrees. For example, when you take a triangle, for a triangle n equals 3. So it is 180, 3 minus 2, which is 180 degree. What is the angle sum property of a triangle? 180 degree. When you take a quadrilateral, your number of sides is 4. So what do you have? 180 times 4 minus 2, which is 360. Correct? Angle sum property of a quadrilateral is 360. So this you should know by heart. So now the total angle of the polygon is 180 times n minus 2, which is the sum. So you know what Sn is. It's 180 times n minus 2, the number of sides. So what can you do with this? Let us use the formula. Sn equals n by 2 of 2a plus n minus 1 times t. So what is your Sn? Let us substitute. 180 times n minus 2 equals n divided by 2 of, what is your A? 120. 2 times 120 plus n minus 1 times 5. Okay. What do we have? I'm going to multiply this 2 over here. So I have 360 of n minus 2 equals n times 240 plus 5n minus 5. Okay. 360 n minus 360 times 2 is 720 equals 240 minus 5 is 235. 235 n plus 5n square. Okay. Let me bring everything to one side. So I have 5n square plus 235n minus 360n plus 720 equals 0. 5n square minus 125n plus 720 equals 0. So when I divide the whole equation by 5, what do I have? N square minus 25n plus 144 equals 0. Divided by 4. 4 3s are 12. 4 6 are 24. I have 3 12s are 4 3s are. So what do I have? 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 3 into 3. So I have 16 times 9. Okay. So it's n square minus 16n minus 9n plus 144 equals 0. So n times n minus 16, n minus 16 minus 9 equals 0. N minus 9 times n minus 16 equals 0. N equals 9 or 16. Okay. So we are going to learn something new today. So it's geometric progression. From the chapter Sequences and Series. Okay. So what is a geometric progression? So for example, so this is also called the GP. For example, when you have a series or a sequence of numbers. So when you have a sequence of numbers, for example, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 and so on. So it's an infinite sequence. So what did we learn in arithmetic progression AP? So this is A1, A2, A3 and so on. So second term minus the first term equals A3 minus A2. A2. Correct? So what do you have? 4 minus 2 equals 6 minus 4. 2 equals 2. So what do you see? If the common difference is the same throughout the sequence, the given sequence is an AP. So this is an AP la padichom. Now we need to know what a GP is. Okay? Geometric progression na enna. So for example, you have a sequence of numbers 2, 4, 8, 16, 32 and so on. So what do you see here? A1, A2, A3, A4 and so on. So here instead of A2 minus A1, what do we do? A2 divided by A1 equals A3 divided by A2. Adavadhu, the ratio of the consequent terms should be equal. So that is the common difference here. Okay? So this we denote by R. AP la D equals A2 minus A1. Common difference. In that it is the ratio. So we denote by R. Okay? So what is the common ratio? A2 by A1 equals A3 by A2 equals A4 by A3 and so on. Okay? So what do you have? 4 by 2 equals 8 by 4. 2 equals 2. So what do you see? The given sequence is a geometric progression. Okay? Now, AD la, how do we represent? The first term is A. The second term is A plus D. The third term is A plus 2D. And the last term is A plus N minus 1 into D. This is your nth term. So, this is AP. Enna pannom nama first term plus D. First term plus 2D. Indha mari pannite ponom. So in a GP, what will you do? The first term is the first term itself. Second term la enna pannanom is A, R. What do we do here? A2 by A1 equals R. So what is your A2? It is A1 times R. So AR. What is your third term? AR square. So you are multiplying by R. In the edathila D add pannite poromo. Here we multiply by R, every subsequent term. So what is your last term? AR to the N minus 1. Okay, you have to remember this. So what is your nth term of a GP? AR to the N minus 1. Okay? Okay. Now, similar to what we learnt in AP, sum of n terms is another n by 2 of 2A plus N minus 1 into D. What do you have in an AP? Sum of n terms is nothing but the first term times common ratio to the power of the number of terms, which is n minus 1, the whole divided by the common ratio minus 1. Okay? Or you can also write it as A times 1 minus R to the n divided by 1 minus R. You can use whichever you want. Okay? And basically, minus and minus all multiply panna, when the minus goes inside, you get 1 minus R1, you get 1 minus R. So these two are technically equal. Okay? Clear? So GP represent pannuvom. The first term is A, the second term is A by R, third term is AR square and so on. The last term, the nth term is AR to the N minus 1. Common difference, common ratio. You can also check the common ratio. So this is your A1, this is your A2, this is your A3. So what is your A2 by A1? A2 by A1 is AR divided by A. AA goes off R. What is your A3 divided by A2? A3 divided by A2. AR square divided by AR. AA goes off, R and the R goes off. So you have R. So what is your common ratio? R in both cases. Okay? So this is geometric progression. Let's do some example questions. Example 9. Find the 10th term, A10, and the nth term of the GP 5, 25, 125, etc. So what is your A? First term 5. What is your common ratio? A2 by A1. This is A1, this is A2. So A2 by A1, 25 by 5, 5. So you know the first term, you know the common ratio. What is the formula to find the nth term a r to the n minus 1. So what is it? 5 times, what is your r? 5 to the n minus 1. This is your nth term. Now what is your 10th term? A10 is ar to the n minus 1. What is your n? 10. When you substitute the values, what do you get? What is your a? 5 times r ku da power, a ku kadayadu. Okay? So r, what is your r? 5 to the power 10 minus 1 is 9. So when you add the powers, what do you get? 5 to the power 1, 5 to the power 9. So 9 plus 1 is 10. So 5 to the power 10. This is your final answer. Okay? Original answers, you can just leave it like that. You don't have to sit and multiply 10 times. Okay? Example 10. Which term of the GP 2, 8, 32 and so on up to n terms is 1, 3, 1, 0, 7, 2. Okay? So you need to find the value of n for which the nth term is 1, 3, 1, 0, 7, 2. Okay? So what do you know? You have a equals 2, the first term. What is your common ratio? A2 by A1. So 8 by 2, which is 4. What is your nth term? It is given to be 1, 3, 1, 0, 7, 2. You need to find n. Okay, question purida. Which term of this GP is this? So n and n kandupidikkanum. If you find n, that is the nth term. Okay. So what is the formula? an equals ar to the power n minus 1. N minus 1 is only for r. Okay, a kadayadu. Remember. So what is your a? 2. What is your r? 4 to the power n minus 1 is nothing but 1, 3, 1, 0, 7, 2. Okay. I'm going to bring 2 to this side. So what do I have? 1, 3, 1, 0, 7, 2. Be very careful with numbers. Divided by 2 equals 4 to the power n minus 1. So when I cancel by 2, I have 2 6 are, 2 5 are, 2 5 times, 2 3, 2 6. What do you have? 6 5 5 3 6 equals 4 to the power n minus 1. So what do you do in such cases? If for example, in the pakkom, if this is something, 4 to the power 10 is this value and you have 4 to the power n minus 1, what can you do? Since the bases are equal, the powers are equal. Appo enna pannalam? 10 equals n minus 1. So you can do this. So basically what I'm trying to do is, I need to write this particular number in multiples of 4. So what do I do? Prime factorization by 4. 6, 5, 5, 3, 6. When I do it by 4, 1, 6, 12, 8, 4. 4, 0, for 8s and 9s are 36. 4, 1, 0, for 2s are 4, 4s are 4, 2s are 8, 4 5s are 20, 4 6s are 4, 6, 24, 4, 4, 1 times, 6 times. So what do I have? 4 times 4. So what? How can I write this? It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4 to the power 8. So your 6, 5, 5, 3, 6 is nothing but 4 to the power 8. So how can you write this? 4 to the power 8 equals 4 to the power n minus 1. So since the bases are equal, the powers are equal. So you have 8 equals n minus 1, n equals 9. That is your answer. So what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to write 6, 5, 5, 3, 6. 4 oda powers are edha pakkuren because the base here is 4. So I need the base to be 4 to some power. So I'm going to do the prime factorization. This method is called the prime factorization, but I'm actually using a composite number here because that's what is needed. So na 2 ala panni time waste pannala. So I'm just doing it with 4. So it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4 to the power 8 equals 4 to the power n minus 1. So equating the powers, you get n equals 9. Okay. Example 11. In a GP, the third term is 24 and the sixth term is 192. Find the 10th term. You need to find what A10 is. So this is all very similar to what you did in AP. Formula mattum vera. So what is your A3? AR square, which is 24. What is your A6? AR to the power 5, which is 192. So I'm going to divide this by this. So what do I get? AR to the power 5 divided by AR square equals 192 divided by 24. Idayum divide pandren. Okay. So A goes off. R square and R to the power 5 gets cancelled. What do you have? R cube equals, here I am left with, I can cancel it with 4. So I have 4 6 times, 4 4s are, 4 8s are, 6 8s are 48. So I have R cube equals 8. Okay. So R cube, 8 can also be written as 2 cube. Since the powers are equal, the bases are equal. So what is my R? 2. I know what my R is, so I can find A by substituting it here. So what I have? So what do I have? A R square equals 24. A equals 24 by 4, which is 6. So now I need to find what A10 is. A10 is AR to the power 9. So what do I have? 6 times R, which is 2 to the 9. So the final answer is 307. You can just try to solve them. Okay. Example 12. Find the sum of first n terms, Sn, and the sum of first 5 terms, S5, of the series 1 plus 2 by 3 plus 4 by 9 plus and so on. So this is an infinite series. Okay. Plus irukradunala we call it series. Ipdi irundaduna we'll call it sequence. Okay. Avladha difference. So what is my A? 1. What is my R? It is A2 divided by A1. So what is my A2? 2 by 3 whole divided by 1, which is 2 by 3. Oh, some formula enna? What do we know? Sn equals A times R to the n minus 1 divided by R minus 1. Or what is my other formula? I have A times 1 minus R to the n divided by 1 minus R. So, two formula, but which one to use? How do you know? Here, 2 by 3 is a number which is less than 1. Agree? So, when you substitute 2 by 3 over here, 2 by 3 to some power n minus 1, you will get a negative number. Correct? Since 2 by 3 is a number which is less than 1. So what does your denominator becomes? It becomes minus 1 by 3. But instead, if you use this formula, what do you get? 1 minus 2 by 3, you get 1 by 3. So just to avoid the negative symbol, you have to choose between the two formulas. So basically, in the formula, eppa use pannalam when your R is greater than 1. When your R is greater than 1, you can use this formula. When your R is less than 1, you can use this formula. In the formula use panada, less than 1 na, 1 minus some number less than 1, you will get a positive number. In the earthly, if your R is greater than 1, you have some bigger number here. So bigger number minus 1, you will get a positive number. Smaller than 1 na, you will get a smaller number. If you have 0 minus 1, it will be minus 1. It will be a negative number. So try to choose between the two formulas. So in this case, I am going to use this formula because I need a positive number. So when I use this formula, what do I get? I have Sn equals 1 times 1 minus r to the n. So I have 1 minus 2 by 3 to the power n divided by 1 minus 2 by 3. So what is my denominator? 1 by 3. So I have 3 in the denominator, that goes to the numerator. So what will I get? 3 times 1 minus 2 by 3 to the power n. So this is my Sn. So now I need to find S5. So what is S5? I'll substitute 5 wherever I see a n. So I have 3 times 1 minus 2 by 3 to the power 5. So the further I simplify pannalam. I have 3 times 3 to the power 5 minus 2 to the power 5 divided by 3 to the power 5. LCM எடுத்திருக்கேன். Okay. So this 3 and one of the 3 goes off. So what will I have? I have 3 to the power 4. 3 to the power 5 is 243 minus what is 2 to the power 5? 8 times 4, 32. Divided by 3 to the power 4 is 81. So what is my final answer? I have 211 divided by 81. Okay. Example 13. How many terms of the GP 3, 3 by 2, 3 by 4 are needed to give the sum, so on. Sum on the 3069 divided by 512. So in the sum we know how many terms do you need to get this particular sum. So you need to find n. Okay. So what is your A? 3. What is your R? 3 divided by 2 divided by 3. இந்த மாதிரி எழுதலாமா? It is basically 3 divided by 2 the whole divided by 3. I have written it like this. So இப்போ என்ன வரும்? 3 divided by 2 times 1 by 3. Division multiplication மாறிச்சுனா the number becomes the reciprocal and division becomes multiplication. So what is my R? It is 1 by 2. So what do you see? My R is less than 1. So எந்த formula use பண்ணலாம்? I am going to use Sn equals A times 1 minus R to the n divided by 1 minus R. Since this is a smaller number, 1 minus the smaller number, you will get a positive value. Okay. So what is my sum? 3069 divided by 512 equals A times 1 minus R to the n, which is half to the n divided by 1 minus half. Okay. So this is 3069 divided by 512. 1 minus half is a half. I have 1 by 2 in the denominator, which goes to the numerator. So I have 3 times 2. So 6 times 1 minus half to the power n. 1 to the power n is 1. So I'm going to write it like this. So what do I have? 3069 divided by 512 times 6 equals 1 minus half to the power n. When I bring minus 1 by 2 to the power n to this side and this to the other side, I have 1 by 2 to the power n equals 1 minus 3069 divided by 3072. You can simply just multiply. You have all the numbers in your NCERT textbook. So what is your RHS? I have 1 by 2 to the power n equals 1 by 1024. I need to represent this in terms of 2 to some power. So na shortcut one use பண்றேன். So what I'm going to do is 1024 prime factorization by 4 பண்ண போறேன். So what will I get? 4 2s are, 4 5s are, 4 6s are. 4 6 times 4 times. 4 1 time 6. 4 4. இப்போ இதை எப்படி எழுத போறேன்? I'm going to write this 4 as 2 times 2. So 2 times 2 in the 4. Again 2 times 2 in the 4. 2 times 2 in the 4. 2 times 2 and finally this 4. 2 times 2. So how many 2s do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So basically 4 to the power 5 is nothing but 2 to the power 10. So how many do you have? 2 to the power 10. What does your fraction become? 1 divided by 2 to the n equals 1 divided by 2 to the 10. So now equating the powers, what do I have? N equals 10. So the sum of first 10 terms panna, you will get this number. Okay. Example 14. The sum of first 3 terms of a GP is 13 by 12. So ipo idu GP illama APR da, when you have sum of first 3 terms, so what will you do? You will choose the terms to be A minus D, A plus D. So even when you're given the product, you can simply do A minus D times A plus D times A. It is just easier for calculation. So AP la nama terms eppadi choose பண்ணுவோம்? It will be A minus D, A plus D instead of choosing A plus D, A plus 2D. Correct? So now what do you do? Something similar in geometric progression. So let my 3 consecutive terms be A by R, A, AR. Correct? What are my actual first 3 terms? A, AR, AR square. Appo previous term ennaagum? It will become A by R. Adukku munadi ennaagum? It will become A by R square and so on. So how should you choose your 3 consecutive numbers? A by R, A, AR. It is just easier for calculation. Okay. So these are your 3 consecutive terms, first 3 terms, and it is given that the sum of the first 3 terms. So A by R plus A plus AR equals 13 by 12. What else is given? And their products is minus 1. So I have A by R times A times AR equals minus 1. So what can I do here? R and R gets cancelled. I have A cube equals minus 1. So minus 1 can also be written as A cube equals minus 1 the whole cube. Correct? Since the powers are equal, the bases are equal. So what is my A? My A is minus 1. So now we have found out what A is. We need to find what R is. What are they asking for? Find the common ratio and the terms. So you need to know what your A is, what your R is, and you need to find all these 3 numbers. So if R eppadi kandupidikkirathu? Here when I take A outside, I have 1 by R plus 1 plus R equals 13 by 12. What is my A? Minus 1. So on the minus 1, I will take it here. I am going to simplify the term that is inside the bracket. So I have 1 plus R square divided by R equals minus 13 divided by 12. A oda minus inge vanduchu. Now let me cross multiply. 12 plus 12R plus 12R square equals minus 13R. What do I get? So I have 12R square. 12R plus 13R becomes 25R plus 12 equals 0. So what should my product be? I'm going to use the splitting the middle term. 12 times 12 is 144. I need 25. So it's 16 times 9. You remember we did it in the previous examples. So it's 12R square plus 16R plus 9R plus 12 equals 0. So when I take 4R outside, I have 3R plus 4. I need a 3R plus 4 here. So here I have plus 3 equals 0. So it is 4R plus 3 times 3R plus 4 equals 0. So if R value when I take this term, my R is minus 3 by 4. When I take R is minus 4 by 3. So you have 2 different R's. So when your R value is minus 3 by 4, what are the terms? Your A by R is your A value is minus 1. So it's minus 1 divided by minus 3 by 4, which is minus 1 times minus 4 by 3, which is 4 by 3. What is your A? Minus 1. What is your AR? Minus 1 times minus 3 by 4, which is 3 by 4. So what are your terms? Your terms are 4 by 3, comma minus 1, comma 3 by 4. This is when r equals minus 3 by 4. Now what if r equals minus 4 by 3? I'll erase this part. When r equals minus 4 by 3, my a divided by r becomes minus 1 divided by minus 4 by 3, which is minus 1 times minus 3 by 4, which is 3 by 4. What is my AR? Minus 1 times minus 4 by 3, which is 4 by 3. So what are my terms? I'll erase the first line. So what are my terms? My terms are 3 by 4, comma minus 1, comma 4 by 3. So this is my GP and this is another GP. You have two values of R and you have one A. Okay. Example 15. Find the sum of the sequence 7 plus 77 plus 777 and so on until n terms. N terms இருக்கு. இதை கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். இந்த இடத்துல 7க்கு பதிலா you can have any number. So even if it's 3 or even if it's 6 or any other numbers, the method is the same. Okay. So let's see how to solve this. So first in the term எடுத்துக்கிறேன். So this, when I take the 7 outside, I have 1 plus 11 plus 111 plus and so on until n terms. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to multiply and divide by 9 to the whole equation. So when I go 7 divided by 9, and when this 9 gets multiplied, it goes inside and multiplies with each and every term. So it is 9 plus 99 plus 999 plus and so on until n terms. So now why did I do this? Next step, 7 divided by 9. 9 எப்படி எழுதலாம்? I can write it as 10 minus 1 plus 99 is 100 minus 1, which is 10 square minus 1, plus what is my 999? 1000 minus 1, which is 10 cube minus 1. Correct? Until n terms. Okay. Now I am going to take 10 plus 10 square plus 10 cube and so on separately. Minus 1 plus times minus 1, which is minus 1. So minus 1, minus 1, minus 1. எத்தனை minus 1 இருக்கு? n minus 1 இருக்கு. அதை தனியா separate பண்ண போறேன். 7 by 9 times 10 plus 10 square plus 10 cube until 10 to the n. You have n terms. Plus, what do I have? Minus 1, minus 1, minus 1, minus 1 until n terms. So what do you see here? This particular series is a GP. Therida? 10, 10 square, 10 cube. So what is my A2 by A1? 10 square divided by 10, which is 10. What is my A3 by A1? 10 cube divided by 10 square, which is also a 10. So the common ratio is the same. So given series is a GP. So GP oda formula enna? Sum of n terms 7 by 9 அப்படியே இருக்கும். What is the formula? Sum of n terms equals a times r to the n minus 1 divided by r minus 1. So in the இடத்துல I am using this one, r to the n minus 1. And now what is my r value? R is 10, which is greater than 1. So I am taking this form of the sum equation because r வந்து greater than 1. So in the bracket வந்து it will be a positive number. Okay. So r is 10, which is greater than 1. I am going to substitute the values. What is your a? First term. 10 times r enna? 10 minus 1. 10 to the n minus 1 divided by 10 minus 1. இது வந்து in the particular 10 plus 10 square until 10 to the power n. Now you have plus of minus 1. இப்போ நான் minus வெளியில காமனா எடுக்கிறேன். Minus 1 plus 1 until n terms. So how many n's do you have? இப்போ 1 plus 1 plus 1 na என்னது 3, which means you have 3 terms and your sum is 3. If you have 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 na number of terms என்ன 1 2 3 4. So number of terms என்னவோ அதுதான் உன்னோட sum. So here you have n terms. So what is your sum? This will become n. Got it? You have 7 divided by 9 times 10 divided by 9. 10 minus 1 is 9 times 10 to the power n minus 1 minus n. That's your answer. Okay. Example 16. A person has 2 parents, 4 great-grandparents, 8 great-great-grandparents. A person has 2 parents, 4 grandparents, 8 great-grandparents and so on. என்ன கேக்குறாங்க? Find the number of his ancestors during his 10 generations preceding his own. அப்படினா என்ன அர்த்தம்? 10th generation னு கேட்டிருந்தா you will find A10. They have asked how many ancestors in 10 generations preceding his own. So அவனோட ancestors include பண்ணி until 10 generations how many will he have? So you have to find S10 and not A10. When they ask how many ancestors in the 10th generation, you will find A10. How many ancestors in 10 generations? 10 generation la evlo அப்படினா S10. Okay. So let me find S10. What is my A? 2. What is my R? 4 divided by 2 which is 2. What is my Sn? My R is greater than 1. So in the formula use பண்ண போறேன் A times R to the n minus 1 divided by R minus 1. So what is my n here? My n is 10 generations. So my S10 is 2 times 2 to the power 10 minus 1 divided by 2 minus 1. 2 minus 1, 1. So what do I have? 2 times 2 to the power 10 minus 1. 2046. You can do the calculation. Okay. Next comes the geometric mean. நம்ம போன வீடியோல என்ன பார்த்தோம்? Arithmetic mean பார்த்தோம். So what is your arithmetic mean? AM of A comma B is nothing but A plus B by 12. So same way, what is my geometric mean of A comma B? It is nothing but root of AB. When you have 2 is your A and 8 is your B. So what is my geometric mean? Center la irukra number enna? It is root of A times B, which is 8 times 2, which is root 16, 4. About 2, 4, 8 is a geometric progression. So that's why 4 is the geometric mean. Do you see why? 4 divided by 2 is 2, 8 divided by 4 is 2. Common ratio same. Another the given sequence is a geometric progression. So what is your geometric mean? It is root of AB. What is your arithmetic mean? It is A plus B divided by 2. So what is the general form of a geometric mean? What do you have? You have A is your first term. You have a few geometric means in between. You have G1, G2, G3 until Gm. You have M terms and you have P. So what do you have? This is your A. This is your AR. This is your AR square. What do you see? G1 AR1. G2 AR square. G3 is AR cube. What is the GM? It is AR to the power M. Appo B enna agum? It will be AR to the power M plus 1. So basically, your B is AR power M plus 1, where A is your first term. Correct? A is your first term. So when you equate, you have B equals AR to the power M plus 1, where M is the number of geometric means in between. Total number of terms kadayadu. Number of geometric means. Okay? So, what do you have? B by A equals R to the power M plus 1. இப்போ எனக்கு இந்த பவர்ல இருக்கிற M plus 1 வேண்டாம் on this side. I wanted to bring it to the other side. So what do? You have B divided by A equals R to the power M plus 1. In order to get rid of this M plus 1, I'm going to raise the power to 1 divided by M plus 1. You see why? M times 1 divided by M plus 1, M plus 1 and M plus 1 will get cancelled. one side raise panna, on the other side you have to raise it to the power 1 divided by m plus 1. So what do you have? R equals b divided by a times divided by a to the power 1 by m plus 1. So இப்போ உங்களோட G1 என்ன? What is your G1? G1 is nothing but AR. What is your R? You just found out. It is B divided by A times 1 by M plus 1. This is your first term. So what will be your GM? It will be AR to the power M, which is A times B by A to the power M by M plus 1. Clear? So this is your mth term of the geometric mean, and this is your general formula. Okay, so let's solve some example questions and you'll have a better clarity of it. Example 17. Insert three numbers between 1 and 256, resulting them in a GP, abhina geometric means. So you have 1 comma G1, G2, G3, 256. You are inserting three numbers between 1 and 256 such that the resulting sequence is a GP. Okay. So what is your A? AR, AR square, AR cube, AR to the power 4. So how many terms do you have? You have 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 terms. What is your A? 1. What is your AR to the 4? 256. So I am substituting 1 for A. I have R power 4 equals, I need to write this to the power of 4. So let me do some prime factorization. 256, 4 times 4 6 are, 4 4s are, 4 1 times, 4 6 are, 4 times 4. So what is it? 4 to the power 4. Since the powers are equal, the bases are also equal. So R equals 4. So now I know what my A is and what my R is. So I need to find what my G1 is, what my G2 is and what my G3 is. So G1 equals AR, which is 1 times 4. G2 another AR square, which is 1 times 4 square, 16. What is my G3? AR cube, which is 1 times 4 cube, which is 64. So what is my resulting GP? 1, 4, 16, 64, 256. So this is the resulting GP. And what are your geometric means? 4, 16 and 64. Okay. You should also know this. What do you see here? You have R power 4 equals 4 to the power 4. So R square, when you have R square equals 4 square, you don't simply write R equals 4, because when you take the square root, R equals square root of 4 square, you get plus or minus 4. Here we have completely neglected the negative symbol, which you should not do. So when you consider the negative symbol also, in that your R value is either 4 or your R value is also minus 4. Correct? And you have 4 different roots. R to the power 4 will have 4 different roots. You have 2 roots which are 4 and you have 2 roots which are minus 4. Correct? So don't omit the negative symbol. So what is your other GP? So this is when your R is 4. What if your R is minus 4? You have your G1 is AR, which is minus 4. Your G2 is AR square, which is minus 4 the whole square. 1 times minus 4 the whole square, which is 16. G3 is 1 times minus 4 the whole cube, which is minus 64. So, what is your GP? 1, minus 4, 16, minus 64, 256. Okay. So, don't neglect the negative symbol because you have R to the power 4. Appo it is more similar to taking the square root mari. In the root of 4, 4th root. Correct? So, you have 4 different roots, of which you have the roots 4, 4, minus 4, minus 4. Okay. Now we are going to solve questions which have a combination of both arithmetic mean and geometric mean. Okay. So example 18. It is given that the arithmetic mean and geometric mean of two positive numbers a, b are 10 and 8. Appa arithmetic mean vandu 10, geometric mean is 8. Find the numbers. So you have the two numbers to be a, b. So what is your arithmetic mean? Arithmetic mean is a plus b divided by 2 equals 10. What is your geometric mean? Root ab equals 8. I want to remove this root. Upper squaring on both sides. What do I have? AB equals 64. So now what do I have here? A plus B equals 20. So what is one way of solving this kind of equation? A, B kandupidikkanum. So what is one way? I can write B as 64 divided by A and then substitute for B here. A plus 64 divided by A equals 20. You get a quadratic equation. So this is one way of solving. I'll tell you another way of solving this, which is given in your textbook also. So it is very, very easy. When you solve some complicated questions, it is very, very easy. So basically, what is your A minus B the whole square? It is A square minus 2AB plus B square. I'm going to add a plus 4AB on both sides. So I'm going to add plus 4AB here and plus 4AB here. So what do I have? A minus B the whole square plus 4AB equals A square minus 2AB plus 4AB will become plus 2AB plus B square. A square plus 2AB plus B square another A plus B the whole square. So I have A minus B the whole square equals A plus B the whole square. In the 4AB term, I am bringing it to the right. So I have minus 4AB. So why am I doing this? I have A plus B term. I have the AB term. So it is easier to solve this. You will get A minus B. A plus B theriyum, A minus B theriyum. It is easy to do the substitution. Okay. So always follow this method when you are solving questions which have combinations of arithmetic mean and geometric mean. So let me substitute. So A minus B the whole square equal to A plus B the whole square. Another 20 square. Minus 4 times, what is my AB? 64. So 20 square is 400 minus 256. A minus B the whole square is 144. Appa A minus B enna? Square root of 144, which is plus or minus 12. So when my A minus B is 12, what will be my A and B? I have A minus B equals 12, A plus B equals 20. Ab cancel panna enna agum? 2A equals 32, A equals 16. Appa B enna? B equals 20 minus A from here. So B equals 20 minus 16, 4. So A value on the 16, B is 4. This is when A minus B equals 12. When A minus B equals minus 12, I have A minus B is minus 12. A plus B is 20. This gets cancelled. 2A equals 8. A equals 4. A 4 na B enna? 20 minus 4, which is 16. So when A is 16, B is 4. When A is 4, B is 16. Okay, that's it. Exercise 9.3. Question number 1. Find the 20th term, A20, and find the nth term, ANN, for which the GP is 5 by 2, 5 by 4, 5 by 8, and so on. So what is your A? First term, 5 by 2. What is my R? A2 divided by A1, minus kadayadu. So A2 divided by A1. So what do I have? 5 by 4 times 2 by 5. Division and multiplication of matna, you get the reciprocal. So 5 and 5 gets cancelled. 2 and 4, you get 1 by 2, which is less than 1. This is the sum form. Use panikalam.
5 and 5 gets cancelled. 2 and 4, you get 1 by 2, which is less than 1.
இது வந்து சம் ஃபார்மா இருக்கும், யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். So it is 1 by 2. So what is my A20? A20 is A r to the power n minus 1, which is 19. So I have A times 5 by 2 times 1 by 2 to the power 90, which is 5 divided by 2 to the power 20. So this is the final answer. What is an? An is nothing but a r to the power n minus 1. What is your a? 5 by 2 times 1 by 2 to the power n minus 1. So what do I have? 5 divided by 2 to the n. Okay. Question number 2. Find the 12th term of a GP whose 8th term A8 is 192. You need to find this. And the common ratio is 2. R is 2. You need to find what A12 is. So what is given? A8 equals AR to the power 7, which is 192. So I have A times 2 to the power 7 equals 192. So what is my A? 192 divided by 2 to the power 7. What is my 192? Let me do the prime factorization. I have, for 4s I have 16, 4 8 times, 4 12 times, 4 3. So what do I have in the numerator? I have 2 to the power, inge oru 2 square, 2 square, 2 square. So 2 plus 2 plus 2, 6. 2 to the power 6 times 3 divided by 2 to the power 7. So 2 to the power 6 goes off and 2 to the power 7 la 1 2 is remaining. So I have 3 by 2. So that is my A. I'm doing the prime factorization but with a composite number. Shortcut trick. So here I have 2 into 2. So 2 irukku. Inga 2, inga 2, inga 2. So in total I have 6 2s. 2 to the power 6 divided by 2 to the power 7. I cancel, I have 3 by 2. So if I know what my A is, I know what my R is. I need to find A12. So what is my A12? AR to the n minus 1, which is 11. So it is 3 divided by 2 times 2 to the power 11. Or 2 cancel aiduma. So I have 3 times 2 to the power 10. Solve this, you get 3072. Okay. Question number 3. Find the 5th, 8th and the 11th term. The 5th, 8th and the 11th term are P, Q, S. So 5th term P, 8th term Q, 11th term S. So what is A5? A r to the power 4 equals P. A r to the power 7 n minus 1 equals Q. A r to the power 11 minus 1 10 equals S. You need to prove that Q square equals PS. So we'll try to divide. Okay, so this divided by this. What do I have? A r to the power 7 divided by A r to the power 4 equals Q by P. Whenever this goes off, r to the 7 divided by r to the 4 is r cube equals Q by P. Now, this divided by this. So what do I have? AR to this, AR to the 10 divided by AR to the 7 equals S divided by Q. So A and A gets cancelled. I have R cube equals S divided by Q. Since the LHS is equal, equate the RHS. Equating RHS, I have Q divided by P equals S divided by Q. So cross multiply panna, I have Q square equals PS. Okay. Question number 4. The 4th term of a GP, A4, is square of its 2nd term. So 2nd term order square. 4th term is the square of the 2nd term. And the 1st term is minus 3. Determine its 7th term. Okay. It is just framing the equations. Otherwise, you have to simply just substitute the formula. Adu illama calculation mistake pannama irukano. That is all is there in this chapter. Okay. So what is A4? A r cube equals A2 and AR the whole square. So what do I have? AR cube equals A square R square. R cube divided by R square equals A square divided by A. In the A inge kondu vanda, in the R square inge kondu vanda. Okay. So when what do I have? I can cancel this. R square or R poidum. A and A gets cancelled. I have R equals A. What is my A? Minus 3. So R equals minus 3. So what do I need? A7 equals AR to the power 6, which is minus 3 times minus 3 to the power 6. Minus 2187. Question number 5, first subsection. Which terms of the following sequence 2, 2 root 2, 4 is 128? So this is my AN. They are asking which term it is. So N and N. You need to find what N is. So what is my A? 2. What is my R? 2 root 2 divided by 2, which is root 2. So what is my AN? AN equals AR to the N minus 1. So substituting what I have, AN and 128 equals A times root 2 times N minus 1. How can I write root 2? I can write it as 2 to the power half. So I have 128 equals 2 times 2 to the power half to the power N minus 1. So power they get multiplied. A to the power M, so whole power N becomes A to the power Mn. Correct? So what do I have? 128 equals 2 times 2 to the power N minus 1 the whole divided by 2. So by inga I have 2 to the power 1 times 2 to the power some N minus 1 divided by 2. So when I add both, what do I get? 128 equals 2 to the power 1 plus N minus 1 divided by 2. So 128 can also be written as 2 to the power 7, which is 2 to the power 2 plus N minus 1 the whole divided by 2. Since the bases are equal, I am going to equate the powers. I have 7 equals 2 minus 1 and 1. So 1 plus N divided by 2. So N plus 1 equals 14, N equals 13. So my 13th term is 128. Question number 6. For what values of x the numbers 2 by 7, x, minus 7 by 2 are in GP. GP na they have a common ratio. So what is R? A2 by A1 equals A3 by A2. So when you prove this, you'll be able to find the value of x. So what is my A2? X divided by minus 2 by 7 equals minus 7 by 2 divided by x. So try to differentiate between the actual numerator and the denominator. I am putting a bigger line. Okay. So when I cross multiply, I multiply the denominator and the numerator. X square equals minus 2 by 7 times 7 by 2. So I have minus 2 by 7 times minus 7 by 2. So they get cancelled. Minus into minus plus 1. So I have x square equals 1. X is equal to root of 1, which means x equals plus or minus 1. Okay, that's it. Question number 7. Find the sum of the terms. Okay, so 0.15, 0.015, 0.0015 up to 20 terms. So enna kandupidikka solranga? They want you to find S20. So what is your common ratio? 0.015 divided by 0.15. So what do you do? So when I multiply and divide by 1000, I have 150. I have 15 divided by 150. 1 times 10. 1 by 10 and 0.1. What is my A? 0.15. So you see that your R value is less than 1. So which sum formula am I going to use? Sn equals a times 1 minus r to the n divided by 1 minus r. R is less than 1. So in that case, if you have some number less than 1, 1 minus something lesser than 1, you get a positive number. Okay. I am using this instead of r to the n minus 1 divided by r minus 1 in order to avoid a negative symbol. Okay. So when I substitute the values, I have 0.15 times 1 minus 0.1. What do I need? What is my n? S20. So 0.1 to the power 20 divided by 1 minus 0.1. So I have S20 equals 0.15 divided by 1 minus 0.1 is 0.9 times 1 minus 0.1 to the power 20. So here I have 15 divided by 90 into 100 by into 100 times 1 minus 0.1 times 20, which is equal to 1 by 6 times 1 minus 0.1 to the power 20. Okay, this is your final answer. Question number 8. Root 7, root 21, 3 root 7 up to n terms. So find the sum. So you have a equals root 7. What is your r? Root 21 divided by root 7. Root 21 can also be written as root of 7 times 3 divided by root 7, which is root 7, root 3 divided by root 7, root 7. So you have root 3. So this is your common ratio. R is root 3, which is 1.732. So this is a number which is greater than 1. So which formula am I going to use? Sn equals a times r to the n minus 1 divided by r minus 1. R is greater than 1. So any number which is greater than 1, the answer in your bracket will be a positive number. So I am using this formula. So Sn equals, substituting the values, I have root 7 times root 3 to the power n minus 1 divided by root 3 minus 1. Erase this and write root 3. Root 3, which is 1.732 greater than 1. So what do I have? Sn equals root 7 times root 3 to the power n minus 1 divided by root 3 minus 1. I am going to rationalize the denominator. You see there is an irrational number. So I multiplied by root 3 plus 1 divided by root 3 plus 1. A minus b into a plus b. A square minus b square. So it's root 3 the whole square minus 1 square. 3 minus 1, 2. So what do I have? Root 7 times root 3 to the power n minus 1 divided by 3 minus 1 times root 3 plus 1. Don't forget this term. So what do you have? Root 7 times root 3 plus 1 divided by 2 times root 3 to the power n minus 1. Okay. Question number 9. 1, minus a, a square, minus a cube, and so on. Find Sn. So what is my a? 1. What is my r? a2 minus a1, which is minus a. Sn equals a times r to the n minus 1 divided by r minus 1. So I have 1 times minus a to the power n minus 1 divided by minus a minus 1. So what is my final answer? Sn equals minus a to the power n minus 1 divided by, when I take this minus outside, I have a minus here, I get a plus 1. And in the next step, when I take the minus inside, I have 1 minus a to the power n divided by a plus 1. Okay. Question number 10. X cube, x to the 5, x to the 7 and so on. Find Sn. So what is my A? X cube. What is my R? X to the power 5 divided by x cube, which is x square. So what is my sum? Simply substituting the formula. A times R to the power n minus 1 divided by R minus 1, which is x cube times x to the power 2n minus 1 divided by x square minus 1. Question number 11. Evaluate sigma k equals 1 to 11 of 2 plus 3k. So can I distribute this? In the term in the term. So I have sigma k equals 1 to 11 2 plus sigma k equals 1 to 11 3 to the power k. What is sigma k to the 1? What is sigma k equals 1 to 11 of 2? It is 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 11 times. Correct? So what do you have? 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 11 times. Now you have 2 into 11. Okay. So basically when you have such a sigma k equals 1 to 11 times 2 now, whatever n value it is, if it is k equals 1 to n of 2, your answer will be 2 times n. Okay. Always remember this. So what do you have here? You have 2 times 11 plus sigma k equals 1 to 11 3 to the k. So you have a 22 here. Okay, we'll have this aside. Now let's solve this part of the summation. So what do you have? When k equals 1, you have 3. How can I write this? K equals 1, 11, 3 to the k. When k equals 1, I have 3 plus. When k equals 2, I have 3 square plus. Why am I putting a plus? Because it's sigma. Sigma is a summation. When k equals 3, I have 3 cube. In the mari, I have until k equals 11. So I have 3 to the power 11. So what do you see? This is a geometric progression. Correct? Where your A is 3. What is your R? 3 square divided by 3, which is 3. So what is the sum of this? You apply the sum formula. So Sn equals A times R to the n minus 1 divided by R minus 1. Why am I using this formula? Your R is greater than 1. So inge pota, your bracket will be a positive number. Equals 3 times 3 to the power n minus 1 divided by 3 minus 1. So I have 3 divided by 2. What is your n here? It is 11. So it is S11. So I put 11 here. So I have 3 to the 11 minus 1. So this is your S11. This is this summation. So what is your final answer? Inge oru 22 irukku. Don't forget the 22 that's here. So your final answer is 22 plus 3 divided by 2 of 3 to the power 11 minus 1. Okay. Question number 12. The sum of first 3 terms of a GP is 39 by 10 and the product is 1. So how am I going to take the first 3 terms? A by R, A and AR. It is easier to take it this way. It is easier for calculation. So what have they given? The product is 1. So A by R times A times AR equals 1, which means R and R gets cancelled. A cube equals 1. So your A is 1. What is your other equation? A by R plus A plus AR is 39 by 10. A by R plus A plus AR equals 39 by 10. Sum of first 3 terms is 39 by 10. Find the common ratio and the terms. You need to find what R is. You need to find what the numbers are. So what do? A is 1. So I have 1 by R plus 1 plus R equals 39 by 10. I take the LCM on this side. So I have 1 plus R square divided by R equals 39 by 10. When I cross multiply, I have 10 plus 10R plus 10R square equals 39R. So 10R square, 10R minus 39R. So you get minus 29R plus 10 equals 0. So you have a quadratic equation. You can either use the quadratic formula or you do the splitting the middle term. So 10 times 10 and 100. You need to get 29. So you have 25 minus 4. So it is 10R square minus 25R minus 4R plus 10 equals 0. I can take 5 outside. So I have 5R times 2R minus 5. In here I need a 2R minus 5. So I take minus 2 outside. Okay. So I have 2R minus 5 times 5R minus 2 equals 0. So what is my R? In this case 5 by 2, and in this case my R is 2 by 5. Now you need to find the numbers. You find what the common ratio is. Okay. So the numbers are, when R equals 5 by 2, the numbers are A by R. What is your A? 1. A divided by R na 1 by 5 by 2, which is 2 by 5, comma A, comma AR. What is your AR? 1 times 5 by 2. So 5 by 2. So this is your GP. What if when R equals 2 by 5? What is your first term? A by R. 1 divided by 2 by 5. So I have 5 by 2, comma 1, comma A times R is 1 times R, which is 2 by 5. Okay. This is your other GP. So you have two values of R. So you have two GPs. Okay. Question number 13. How many terms of GP? 3, 3 square, 3 cube, etc. will give you a sum of 120. So Sn equals 120. We are asking for n. Okay. So you have A equals 3, R equals 3 square divided by 3, which is 3. What is your Sn? This is greater than 1. So your Sn formula will be A times Rn minus 1 divided by R minus 1. So what is your Sn? 120 equals 3 times 3 to the n minus 1 divided by 3 minus 1. So I have a 3 by 2 here. When I take it to the other side, I have 120 times 2 divided by 3 equals 3 to the n minus 1. So what do I have here? 40. 80 equals 3 to the n minus 1. So 81 equals 3 to the n minus 1. Either I need to write in the form of 3 to some power. What is it? 81 9 nines are, right? So what is 9 into 9? It's 3 into 3 times 3 into 3. So it is 3 to the power 4 equals 3 to the n. So what is my n? 4. Okay. Question number 14. The sum of first 3 terms of a GP is 16. So here I take it as A plus AR square. You'll see why. And the sum of the next 3 terms is 128. So I have AR cube plus AR to the power 4 plus AR to the power 5 equals 128. So I have the first 3 terms, which is A, AR and AR square. The sum of them is 16. I have the next 3 terms. So AR square kapra enna varum? AR cube, AR to the power 4, AR to the power 5. Sum of those is 128. You need to find the first term, common ratio, and the sum of n terms. Okay. So how do you do this? You take a outside. You have 1 plus r square equals 16. Similarly, what can you take outside? A r cube வெளியில எடுக்கலாம். So I have 1 plus r square plus r cube equals 128. So what do you see? 1 plus r square. So what do you see? Here you have 1 plus r square and here you have 1 plus r square. So இது ரெண்டுமே cancel ஆகுமா? So what can you do? Divide this by this. So I have ar cube of 1 plus r square equals 128 divided by a times 1 plus r square divided by 16. So here a and a gets cancelled. This whole term gets cancelled. 128 divided by 16. 4 ala poguma. So 4 ones, 4, 32, 8 times. So I have r cube equals 8. So my r is cube root of 8, which is 2. So this is my r value. You found out what the common ratio is. Now let us find what a is. So what is your a? Let me substitute it in this equation. So I have a times 1 plus r, which is 2, plus 2 square equals 16. What do I have here? 2 square is 4. 4 plus 2, 6. 6 plus 1, 7. So I have 7a equals 16. A equals 16 by 7. So now what is my sum? Sn equals r is greater than 1. So what formula am I going to use? A times rn minus 1 divided by r minus 1. What is my a? 16 by 7 times 2 to the n minus 1 divided by 2 minus 1. 2 minus 1 and 1. So what is your final answer? 16 by 7, 2 to the n minus 1. Okay. (15) Given a GP with A equals 729, seventh term is 64. Determine S7. So what do you know? A7. What is your A7? A r to the 6 equals 64. What is your A? 729. So you have 729 r to the 6 equals 64. R to the 6 equals 64 divided by 729. You have r to some power 6. So I need the number here to be some power of 6. Correct? So how can you write 64? 64 is 2 to the power 6. What is 729? Let us find out. So this goes in 9. 9 8s are 72. 9 9s are 9 1s are. So you have 9 into 9 into 9, which is 3 times 3, 3 times 3 and 3 times 3. How many 3s do you have? 6. So you have 3 to the 6. So r to the 6 is 3 to the 6. So I can write this in a common power 2 by 3 to the whole power 6. So what is my r? 2 divided by 3. So I have found out what my common ratio is. Now I need to find S7. What is it? S7 equals r is a value which is less than 1. So I'm going to use the formula a times 1 minus r to the n divided by 1 minus r, which is, what is my a? 729 times 1 minus 2 by 3 the whole power n divided by 1 minus 2 by 3. What is my n in this case? It is 7. So what do I have? I have 3 to the power 6 times, when I take the LCM, it's 3 to the power 7 minus 2 to the power 7 divided by 3 to the power 7. The whole divided by, what do I have? 3 minus 2 divided by 3. So it is 1 by 3. 1 divided by 3. So when this 3 comes to the numerator, this becomes 3 to the 7. Agree? So basically, divided by 1 by 3. So I have divided by 1 by 3. This, when I take the reciprocal, it becomes into 3. So this becomes into 3. 3 to the power 6 times 3 is 3 to the power 7. Clear? So it's 3 to the power 7. What do you see? This gets cancelled. So you have 3 to the power 7 minus, which is 2059. Okay? 16. Find a GP for which the sum of the first two terms. So sum of first two terms is minus 4. And the fifth term is 4 times the third term. Fifth term is 4 times the third term. Find the GP. They are asking for what the GP is. Okay. So what do you have? You have A5, which is AR to the 4 equals 4 times A to the 3. What is A to the 3? AR square. So what do you have? A and A goes off. I have R power 4 divided by R square equals 4. R square equals 4. So R takes the value plus or minus 2. So you have two values for R. So let me write this down here. R takes the value plus or minus 2. So now what is the sum formula? I have Sn equals A times R to the n minus 1 divided by R minus 1. So when R equals 2, that's your first case. When R equals 2, what is my n? Is 2. So S2, which is minus 4, becomes A times 2 to the, what is my n? 2 minus 1 divided by 2 minus 1. Okay. So what do you have? Minus 4 equals A times 2 square and 4. 4 minus 1 is 3. So A equals minus 4 by 3. So this is 1A. So let me write this down here. A equals minus 4 by 3 when R equals 2. What if R equals minus 2? My sum again is minus 4 equals A times, my R is minus 2. So minus 2 times minus 2 to the power 2 minus 1 divided by minus 2 minus 1. What is my R? Minus 2. So what do I have? Minus 4 equals A times minus 2 whole square is 4. 4 minus 1 is 3. So it's 3 divided by minus 3. Minus 2 minus 1 and 3. So this and this goes off. What is my A? 4. Okay. So this is when R equals minus 2. What are you asked to find out? You need to find what your GP is. So when your R equals 2, your A is minus 4 by 3. The GP is A, AR, AR square and so on. So it's minus 4 by 3, comma. What is my AR? It is minus 8 divided by 3. What is my AR square? It's minus 4 by 3 times 2 square, which is 4. 4 4s are 16. So minus 16 divided by 3 and so on. So this is one of my GPs. What if when R is minus 2, my A is 4? So what is my GP? A, AR, which is minus 8, AR square. What is my R square? Plus 4. So it's 16 and so on. Okay. Question number 17. If the 4th, 10th and the 16th, 4th, 10th and the 16th terms are x, y and z, prove that x, y, z are in GP. So what is this? A4 is nothing but AR cube. A10 is AR to the 9. A16 is AR to the 15. Okay. So what am I going to do? I'm going to divide. So divide AR to the 9 divided by AR cube equals y divided by x. What do I have? R to the 6 equals y divided by x. Now I'm going to divide this and this. So I have AR to the 15 divided by AR to the 9 equals z divided by y. So what am I left with? Again, R to the 6 equals z divided by y. Since the LHS are equal, I can equate my RHS. So equating my RHS, I have y divided by x equals z divided by y. When you say x, y, z are in GP, how can you say that? So when you have x, y and z in a geometric progression, you say that their common ratios are equal. So which is y divided by x equals z divided by y. That's what you have here. So x, y, z are in GP, hence proved. Okay. Question number 18. Find the sum of n terms of the sequence 8 plus 88 plus 888 until n terms. We solved a very similar question in the example, but let me do this again. So what can I do? I can take the 8 outside. I have 1 plus 11 plus 111 until n terms. So I can multiply and divide by 9. So I have 8 divided by 9 times 9 plus 99 plus 999 plus and so on until n terms. This is again 8 divided by 9 of 10 minus 1 plus 10 square minus 1 plus 10 cube minus 1 and so on until 10 to the power n minus 1. Correct? So now I have 8 divided by 9. I'm going to club the 10s together and 1s together. So I have 10 plus 10 square plus 10 cube until 10 to the n minus 1 plus 1 plus 1 and so on for n terms. Okay. So this is a GP. Here you have 1 n times. So this summation becomes n. This is a GP. So what do I have? A equals 10. So the Sn is A times, what is my R? 10 square divided by 10, which is 10 to the n minus 1 divided by 10 minus 1. So that is the summation for this. So what do you have? 8 divided by 9 of 10 times 10 to the n minus 1. 10 minus 1 is 9 minus n. What do I have? 80 divided by 81 times 10 to the n minus 1 minus 8 divided by 9 to the n. So this is my answer. Okay. Question number 19. Find the sum of the products of the corresponding terms of the sequence 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. And what is my other sequence? 128, 32, 8, 2 and half. So what are they asking me to find? Find the sum of the products of the corresponding terms. So I need to find the sum of the products. So in the term multiply pannom plus 4 times 32 plus 8 times 8 plus 16 times 2 plus 32 times half. So they want me to do this. Find the sum of the products of the corresponding terms of the GP. Okay? So this GP in kuduthirukku, idoda sum kandupidikanum. So how can you do that? So this is what I need to find. 128 times 2, let me leave that just like that, plus 4 times 32, which is 128, plus 8, 64, plus 32, plus 16. So these are the terms that I have. So I'm going to take 128 outside. So what will I be left with? I have 2 plus 1 plus 64 divided by 128 will be 1 by 2. So what am I doing? Basically, I'm taking 128 outside of the bracket, which means I'm dividing the whole series by 128. Correct? So this divide panna 2. This divide panna 1. This divide panna half. This divide panna 1 by 4, which is 1 by 2 square. Plus this divide panna 1 by 2 cube. Okay. So this is also a series. So it is easier to solve this particular GP than solving this huge numbers. So what is my A? Leave aside 128. We'll first solve this and we'll multiply it with 128. So what is my A? My A is 2. What is my R? 1 divided by 2, which is 1 by 2. So what is my sum? Sn equals, this is less than 1. Adala enna formula use panna poren? Sn equals a times 1 minus r to the n divided by 1 minus r. So what do I have? Sn equals 2 times 1 minus 1 by 2 to the n. What is my n? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5 terms. So I write S5. What is it? S5 divided by 1 minus half is a half. So what happens to that? When I take this half to the numerator, it becomes a 4. So what is my S5? S5 equals 4 times 2 to the power 5 minus 1. What is 2 to the power 5? 32. So it's 32 minus 1 divided by 32. What do I have? 4 times 31 divided by 32. So this is your S5 in the sum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 terms. So you have a 128 outside. So what's my final answer? 128 times 4 times 31 divided by 32. So 32, this is 32 1 times, 32 4 times. So what do I have in total? 16 times 31, 496. Okay. Question number 20 is pretty straightforward. Show that the products of the corresponding terms, Enala A, AR, AR square, etc., AR to the n minus 1, and A, AR, AR square, AR to the n minus 1. So again, you need to show that the products of the corresponding terms also form an AP. So product in A capital A capital A R square, A capital A R power 4, and so on. A capital A R to the n minus 1 the whole square. So what is my first term? A. This is my first term. So let me call it A1. What is my common ratio? AA R square divided by AA, which is A2 minus A1. It is A2 divided by A1. So what do I have? The AA goes off. I have R square. This is my A2 divided by A1. Let's see what my A3 divided by A2 is. So in order to check if they are in GP, I need to see if they have the common ratio. So what is A3 by A2? Again, A capital A R power 4 divided by A capital A R square. This cancel as now, what am I left with? R square. So what do you see? A2 by A1 equals A3 by A2, which means the obtained sequence is a GP. Okay. Question number 21. Find 4 numbers forming a geometric progression in which the third term is greater than the first term by 9. Third term is greater than the first term by 9. You need to know how to form the equation. Okay. The third term is greater than the first term by 9. First term vida third term 9 numbers greater. Okay. That is one equation. What is the other equation? The second term is greater than the fourth term by 18. The second term is greater than the fourth term by 18. This is another equation. Okay. You need to find the first 4 numbers. You need to find the GP. Okay. So what is A3 equals A1 plus 9? You can write it as A R square equals A1 another A plus 9. What do you have? A common adta. I have R square minus 1 equals 9. So let this be equation number 1. Now I'll take this equation. What is A2? AR equals A4 and AR cube plus 18. And I bring it to the other side. I have AR times 1 minus R square equals 18. This is my second equation. So let me divide equation 1 by equation 2. So what do I get? A of r square minus 1 divided by AR of 1 minus r square equals 9 divided by 18. This becomes 1 by 2. What happens here? Here you have r square minus 1. Here you have 1 minus r square. So, if the cancel, you'll be left with a minus 1. Correct? So, when you multiply minus inside, this becomes 1 minus r square. Upper 1 minus r square gets cancelled. So, when you cancel this, the minus 1 comes outside. So, what am I left with? A gets cancelled. So, minus 1 by r equals 1 by 2. So, r equals minus 2. We have got the r value. Now, let us substitute r in our first equation to obtain a. Okay. So, a times r square minus 1. 2 square minus 2 the whole square, minus into minus plus side on. So, you have 4 minus 1 equals 9. A equals 4 minus 1 in 3. 9 divided by 3, 3. So, you know your a and r. So, you can easily find your first 4 terms. What is your first 4 terms? What are your first 4 terms? A equals 3. Second term AR, which is 3 times minus 2 minus 6. A r square, which is 3 times minus 2 the whole square. 3 times 4, 12. AR cube is 3 times minus 2 the whole cube. Minus into minus into minus minus. 2 cube and 8. 8 times 3, 24. So, minus 24. Okay. Question number 22. If pth, qth and rth terms are a, b and c. So, I have AP equals a, AQ is b, AR is c. I need to prove that a to the power q minus r times b to the power r minus p times c to the power p minus q equals 1. So, if already small a, small b, small c irukku, I'll take the first term to be capital A and the common ratio to be capital R. Okay, and already a small r work. So, don't get confused. So, what is AP? It is A R to the p minus 1. A n A r to the n minus 1. So, what is AP? A r to the p minus 1. I'm just writing it as capital A and capital R. Okay, instead of small a and small r, because we already have a small a and a small r in the question. Confusion manana, I'm using a capital number. Okay, I'm using a capital letter. So, AR p minus 1 is A. AR to the power q minus 1 is B. And AR to the power R minus 1 is C. Okay. So, what do you have to prove? A to the power q minus r, b to the power r minus p, c to the power p minus q is 1 and prove pannom. So, let us take the RHS. So, instead of a, I am going to substitute what we found here. So, equals a r to the power p minus 1 whole power q minus r. Okay. Times b to the power r minus p. What is my b? A r to the power q minus 1 times r minus p. What is my c? A r minus 1 to the power p minus q. So, this is my RHS. I am going to solve the RHS and see if I get 1. So, if I go a to the power q minus r. So, a to the power q minus r. I have r to the power p minus 1 times q minus r. So, let me multiply the terms inside. So, I have r to the power pq minus rp minus q plus r. Okay. In the term, a to the power q minus r to the power pq minus rp minus q plus r. Okay. You have to repeat the same thing. So, what do I have? A to the power r minus p r to the power qr minus pq minus r plus p. Again, r to the power p minus q, a to the power p minus q, r to the power rp minus rq minus p plus q. Okay? So what do I have? A oda powers alla consolidate panna poren. So what do I have? A to the power q minus r plus r minus p plus p minus q. What do you see? Q minus q poidum, minus r plus r and minus p plus p. So basically you have a to the power 0, which is 1. So a term is gone. So let's do that in the next step. What do I have with the r? I have r to the power pq minus rp minus q plus r. Here I have plus qr minus pq minus r plus p. Here I have plus rp minus rq minus p plus q. I'm just adding the powers. Okay, idellame power la irukku in the terms la. You see that? Okay. So now here I'll use a different color. So I have q minus r plus r minus p plus p. Here inge or pq irukku, inge minus pq. So this goes off. Minus rp plus rp minus q plus q plus r minus r. Verify that you've written all the terms. Chumma ellam cancel aidum therinju, don't just simply cancel. Okay? qr minus rq. qr um rq um onnu. You have plus p and minus p. So all the terms are gone. What do you have? You have a to the power 0, r to the power 0. Any number or variable to the power 0 is 1, which is equal to the RHS. Hence proved. Okay. Question number 23. If the first and the nth term of a GP are A and B. So for example, I have A1, A2, A3 and so on until AN. I have n terms and it is given that the first term is A and the last term is B. Okay. So this is another of a GP. So this is A, this is AR, this is AR square and this is AR to the n minus 1. Okay. So what are they asking? And if P is the product of the n terms. What is P? P is A times AR times AR square and so on till A to the AR to the n minus 1. So P is the product. You have to show that P square equals AB to the power n. So this is what you have to prove. So first we know B equals AR to the n minus 1. So what is my product? I have P equals A times AR times AR square and so on until AR to the n minus 1. So how many A's do I have? I have 1, 2, 3 until n. So I have A to the n times R. What do I have? R times R square times R cube times R to the n minus 1. So the powers get added up. So then I go 1 plus 2 plus 3 and so on until n minus 1. So A to the n abdiye irkom. R to the power of some sequence you have, some series you have. So this is an AP. You see that 1 plus 2 plus 3 until n terms. It is an AP. So AP oda sum enna? Sn equals n by 2 of 2A plus n minus 1 into D. Remember this? So what is your n here? N minus 1. That is your last. That is your number of terms. 2 times A 1 plus what is my n again? N minus 1 and you have a minus 1 again. Okay, don't forget. times d என்ன 2 minus 1. For an AP, the common difference is A2 minus A1. For a GP, the common ratio is A2 by A1. Okay? So n minus 1, 2 minus 1 என்ன 1. So what is my sum? N minus 1 divided by 2 of 2 plus n minus 2. So the 2 and the minus 2 gets cancelled. I am left with Sn equals n times n minus 1 divided by 2. In the sum என்னது? It is the power of r. So what is my product? P equals a to the n r to the n of n minus 1 divided by 2. This is in the power. What do you have to prove? P square equals ab to the power n. So let me square on both sides to get p square. So என்ன வரும்? P square equals a square என்ன? The power gets multiplied. A to the n, 2 the square is a to the 2n. R, the 2 and the 2 will get cancelled. So you have n times n minus 1. Okay. So now what power do you have in common? You have a square r to the n minus 1. You can take the common power n, that is inside to the outside. Okay. So what have I done here? I took the common power n outside the brackets and I have this inside. இப்போ நான் என்ன பண்ண போறேன்? Split பண்ண போறேன். A square can be written as a times a r to the power n minus 1 to the whole n. What is a r to the power n minus 1? It is b. So from 1, what do I have? A b to the power n. So p square equals ab to the power n. Okay. Question number 24. Show that the ratio of the sum of first n terms of a GP. So sum of first n terms of a GP என்ன? A times r to the n minus 1 divided by r minus 1. So ratio of this to the sum of terms from n plus 1th to the 2nth term. So n plus 1th to 2nth term. அப்படின்னா என்ன அர்த்தம்? So if for example, I'll explain to you with numbers. If you have 10 terms in total. Okay? So இது வந்து first 5 terms னு வெச்சுக்கலாம். So from the first term to the 5th term, the summation is this. From the 6th term to the 10th term, summation கண்டுபிடிக்க சொல்றான். So how many terms do you have inside? You have the 6th term, the 7th, the 8th, the 9th and the 10th. What is your number of terms? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 term இருக்கு. So how do you find that for a general case? What did you do here? You have the 10th term minus the 6th term plus 1. So in that how many terms do you have? 10 minus 6 is a 4 plus 1. So you have 5 terms. So basically what you do? You take the last term, the number of the last term and the number of the first term according to this problem. You subtract and you add plus 1. Let me give you another example. For example, you have 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. So how many terms do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. இதை வேற எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்கலாம்? What is the other way? It is 29 minus 25 plus 1. So what is it? 4 plus 1. So basically to find the number of terms, you always take the last term, subtract it with the first term and then add a 1. ஏன்னா basically subtract பண்ணும்போது இந்த ஒரு term omit பண்ணிடுது. So அதை நீங்க இங்க add பண்றீங்க. Okay? You're just adding 1 because this 25 had been omitted and you're trying to include that by adding plus 1. Okay? Okay. So basically, இதெல்லாம் why did I say? How many number of terms do we have? So how many terms do we have here? 2n minus n plus 1. Add a plus 1. So what do you have? 2n minus n minus 1 plus 1. So the minus 1 and plus 1 goes off. I have n. So between n plus 1 and 2nth term, I have n terms. Okay? So what is my first term here? It is a. What is my last term? It is an. Similarly, for this, what is my first term? A n plus 1. ஏன்னா an க்கு அப்புறம் என்ன இருக்கு? A n plus 1. So that is my first term. And what is my last term? It is a 2n. And what is my number of terms? Number of terms. In the way of representing hashtag quota, it is called number of terms. Okay? Number of terms equals n. So what is my summation? S n equals, what is my a? The first term is a n plus 1 times Rn minus 1. The common ratio won't change. Divided by R minus 1. N important because the number of terms here is also n. The number of terms here is also n. They are asking us to prove that the ratio of these two, let me call this 1 and let me call this 2. They are asking you to prove that Sn of 1 divided by Sn of 2 equals 1 by R to the power n. So this is what you have to prove. So when you take the ratio, what do I have? Sn of 1 divided by Sn of 2 equals a to the power a times R to the power n minus 1 divided by R minus 1, the whole divided by a to the n plus 1 of R to the power n minus 1 divided by R minus 1. This R minus 1 goes off and this R minus 1 goes off. This goes off and this goes off. So what am I left with? I have Sn1 divided by Sn2 equals a divided by a subscript n plus 1. So what is my a n plus 1? Let me write down what my GP is. My GP is a, AR, AR square, AR cube and so on. AR to the n minus 1, AR to the n and so on. I have until AR to the 2n minus 1. Correct? What is my last term? 2n. So what is a of 2n? AR 2n minus 1. n minus 1. Yeah? So what is this? This is a1. This is a2 and so on. This is an. What is my an plus 1? AR to the n. So if you substitute pannalama, a divided by AR to the power n. This gets cancelled and I have 1 by R to the n. Hence proved. Okay. Question number 25. If A, B, C, D are in GP. So A, B, C, D are in a GP. You have to prove that A square plus B square plus C square times B square plus C square plus D square equals AB plus BC plus CD the whole square. So how do I do this? A, B, C, D are in GP. அப்படினா என்ன அர்த்தம்? B divided by A equals C divided by B. B divided by A equals C divided by B. So what do I have? B square equals AC. Again, C divided by B equals D divided by C. C by B equals D by C. So what do I have? C square equals BD. So I have these two. What else do I have? B by A equals D by C. Correct? ஏன்னா எல்லாமே common ratio தான். B by A equals T by C. So what do I have? AD equals BC. So these are the three relations which are very important. I'll write them on the right corner. Please copy them. I'll erase this now. Okay? T square equals AC, C square equals BD, AD equals BC. I'll erase this part because I need the board. I've written it down here. Okay. So this basic common ratio. B by A equals C by B, C by B equals D by C, B by A equals D by C. These are the three relations and you've got three different equations. So let me erase them. I'm going to take the RHS. What do I have? AB plus BC plus CD the whole square. So this is of the form. Let me take this as Q and this is P. So in the formula P plus Q the whole square. It is like A plus B the whole square. So what is it? A square plus B square plus 2AB. But what is your B square here? It is BC plus CD the whole square. Okay. So let me take them individually. So this is my A. This is my B. A plus B whole square formula pota enna agum? A square plus B square. So what is my A square? It is AB the whole square, which is A square B square plus A square achu. What is the formula? A square plus B square plus 2AB. So what is my B square? It is this whole thing. BC plus CD. So it's BC plus CD the whole square plus 2AB. It is 2 times AB times, what is my B? BC plus CD. Purida? Okay, what did I do? This is my A, this is my B. So it's A plus B the whole square, A square plus B square plus 2 times A into B. Okay? Now, what is my next step? I'm going to multiply this and open the brackets for this. So I have A square B square plus, now this is again A plus B the whole square. So I have A square plus B square plus 2AB. So what is my A square? B square C square plus another C square D square plus 2AB. 2 times BD C square. BD C square. Okay? Plus, I'm going to open the brackets. 2AB square C, 2AB square C plus 2ABCD. Okay? So what do I have? I'm going to write this down again. So I have A square B square plus B square C square plus C square D square plus, what is my BD? I can also write it as C square. So let me write it as 2C square C square plus, what is my AC? It's B square. So I write 2B square B square plus, what is my 2ABCD? I have AC is B square, BD is C square. AC, BD. Yeah? So I'll write 2. What is my AC? B square. What is my BD? C square. This is C square. This is one term. This is another term. This is another term. Okay? Don't get confused. Okay. A square B square plus B square C square plus C square D square plus 2C square C square. I'm going to split. I'm going to write it as C square plus C square C square plus, I'm again going to split these two terms. So I'll write it as B square plus B square plus B square C square plus B square C square. So why am I doing this? Because I have C square twice. I'm going to replace one of the C squares with A, B, C, D. So how am I going to do that? What is my C square? BD. Yeah. In the term, so C square is nothing but BD times BD. So I can write it as P square D square. So one of the C square will become B square D square. Okay. And what will happen to one of my B square? My B square is AC. So I have AC times AC, which is A square C square. Okay. So I write this down over here. I have C square equals BD times BD, which is B square D square. Adhe mari, what does my B square become? My B square is AC times AC, which is A square C square. Okay. Okay. So what does it become? A square B square plus B square C square plus c square d square plus c square plus instead of this I'm going to write b square d square plus instead of this I'm going to write a square c square plus b square plus b square c square plus again I have a b square c square. So instead of b square c square what can I write? bc the whole square. bc the whole square is nothing but ad the whole square. Okay. So I have a square d square. You will understand why I am making so many changes when I am doing the next step. So this I am replacing it with this. Okay. Because of this. AD equals BC. Adanala BC the whole square, it becomes AD the whole square. So what is my next step? I am going to club all the terms that have A square. So A square velil edutha, what do I have? I'll just mark them while I'm writing it. Okay. So A square, I have B square here, I have a C square here, I have a D square here. So I'll just mark them like this. So it's B square plus C square plus D square. Okay. Plus, now I'm going to take the B square outside. So B square of enna inge or B square C square. I have a B square D square here. I have a B square here. Okay. So I have B square times B square plus C square plus D square. B square plus C square plus D square. Now, yeah, because I want the same term B square plus C square plus D square in the bracket. Purida, what am I doing? I'm trying to bring B square plus C square plus D square inside the bracket. That's why alterations. Okay, you have to make a few alterations to see that you get all these terms when you are trying to put it inside the bracket. Okay, now C square. So what do I have? C square. I have a term here. I'll put a box. C square D square, C square C square and B square C square. So, now C square coefficients B square, C square and D square. Again, B square, C square and D square. So, what am I going to do? I'm going to take B square plus C square plus D square outside the bracket. What am I left with? A square plus B square plus C square. So this is equal to the LHS that is given in the question, hence proved. So what did I do? I took my RHS, I split it using A plus B the whole square formula. Adukapra A, B, C, D, G, P in kuduthirukku. So adha vechu I wrote a few relations. Now I am trying to open the bracket. A square, B square abdiye irukku. This is again A plus B the whole square. This I am multiplying it inside. Okay. So now I have a few terms here. Now I am separating the 2c square, 2b square b square, 2b square c square into individual terms. There are 2 vandam. And then split pandren. Edella double irko, I am trying to change them. So I have c square ingiyum irukku. So one c square maatren. Again I have b square here and here. So I am trying to change one of the b squares to something else. Again I have b square c square, Adana in the b square c square, a square d square. In the relations which I am changing. Why am I doing that? I am going to take a square outside. So bracket kulla enna irukum? A square coefficients b square, c square, d square. Again, taking b square outside, the coefficients are b square, c square and d square. C square velil edutha, the coefficients are b square, c square and d square. So you have covered all the terms. Exam la pencil vechu or chinna mark potkonga. So now taking b square plus c square plus d square outside, you have a square plus b square plus c square. So this is your LHS, hence proved. Okay. Question number 26. Insert two numbers between 3 and 81, which are geometric means G1, G2, 81, such that the resulting sequence is a GP. So, enna pannom? This is A, AR square, AR to the 3. Okay. So, your A is 3 your AR cube is 81. So what do you have? Substituting for A, 3 times R cube equals 81. R cube equals 9 times 3 into 3 divided by 3. So 9 3s are 27. R cube 27 na, it is 3 to the 3. Since the powers are equal, the bases are equal. So R equals 3. You found out the value of A and R. So now what are your geometric means? G1 equals AR, which is 3 3s are 9. What is your G2? AR square, which is 3 times 3 square, which is 27. So what is your GP? 3, 9, 27, 81. Sorry, that's a 27. Okay. Question number 27. Find the value of n so that the geometric mean between a, b is a n to the power n plus 1 plus b to the power n plus 1 divided by an plus bn. They say that this is the geometric mean of AB. Up n equals root of AB. They are asking you to find what n is. So, enna pannalam? Squaring on both sides. I have a square root here. So, when I square on both sides, I have a to the power n plus 1 plus b to the power n plus 1 the whole square divided by an plus bn the whole square equals AB. Okay. So when I take a plus b the whole square, what do I have? A square plus b square. So a square plus b square, b to the n plus 1 the whole square and 2 ulla multiply achna 2n plus 2 illaya, plus 2ab, 2ab equals, what do I have? AB times, so this square panna a plus b the whole square is a square plus b square plus 2ab. Okay. So now what do I have? My LHS remains the same. I have a to the power 2n plus 2 plus b to the power 2n plus 2 plus 2a to the power n plus 1 bn plus 1 equals, multiplying this inside, I get a 2n plus 1 times b plus a b 2n plus 1 b to the power 2n plus 1 illaya, plus 2 times a to the power n plus 1 b to the power n plus 1. Okay. So I have 2 a to the power n plus 1 b to the power n plus 1, 2 a to the power n plus 1 b to the power n plus 1. So I can cancel these two. What am I left with? I'm left with these two terms and these two terms. I'm going to bring one of the terms to the left hand side. In the term, so what do I have? A to the power 2n plus 2 minus a 2n plus 1b equals ab 2n plus 1 minus b to the power 2n plus 2. So this term is nothing but a to the power 2n plus 1 times a. Correct? And if a to the power 1 it will become 2n plus 1 plus 1. So it's 2n plus 2. So I'm just splitting the power, minus a to the power 2n plus 1 times b equals a b to the power 2n plus 1 minus, I'm going to do the same thing. So I have b 2n plus 1 times b. Ipo a to the power 2n plus 1 common adutha a to the power 2n plus 1. I'm left with a minus b equals, here if I take b to the power 2n plus 1, b to 2n, if I take b to the power 2n plus 1 outside, I have a minus b. So in the a minus b, they'll get cancelled. What do I have? A 2n plus 1 times a minus b equals b 2n plus 1 a minus b. So in the a minus b in the a minus b they'll get cancelled. I'm going to bring this to this side. So I have a 2n plus 1 divided by b 2n plus 1 equals 1. 0 kadayadu. Okay. Ipo na power as a common edutha a divided by b of 2n plus 1 equals 1. Now 1 na vera eppadi eduthalam? I want the base to be equal. So I can write it as a divided by b of 2n plus 1 equals a divided by b to the power 0. Anything to the power 0 is 1. So I am writing it as a by b to the power 0 because base equal arunda I can equate the power. So what do I get? 2n plus 1 equals 0, n equals minus half. Okay. Question number 28. The sum of two numbers is 6 times their geometric mean. So let the numbers be AB. So the sum of two numbers is 6 times their geometric mean. Geometric mean is root AB. Okay. You have to prove that the numbers are in ratio. The numbers are in ratio 3 plus 2 root 2 divided by 3 minus 2 root 2. Okay. So how do you do this? You have a plus b equals 6 times ab. So squaring on both sides, I have a plus b the whole square equals 36 ab. So when you are solving questions which include arithmetic means and geometric means, or you have a plus b and ab, you have sum of two numbers and the product of two numbers, you have to use this trick. So you have a minus b the whole square equals a plus b the whole square minus 4ab. Correct? So what do you have? A minus b the whole square is a plus b whole square on the 36ab minus 4ab. So you have 36 minus 4, 32ab, which is a minus b the whole square. What is a minus b? 32ab and 8 4s are 32. So I have 16 2s are 32. What is your 32? 16 2s are 32. So it's 4 root 2 root ab. So I have a plus b equals 6 root ab, a minus b equals this. So I'm going to add these two equations. So I have a plus b equals 6 root ab. So what do I have? I can cancel this. 2a equals root ab of 4 root 2 plus 6. Correct? So here I have 2a equals 2 veliletta 2 root ab of 2 root 2 of 2 root 2 plus 3. Okay. So the 2 and the 2 gets cancelled. So my a is root ab times 3 plus 2 root 2. Okay. What is my b? I'll substitute a in this equation and obtain b. So I have b equals 6 root ab minus this. So it's root ab of 3 plus 2 root 2. So what do I have? 6 root ab minus 3 root ab minus 2 root 2 root ab. So this is 3 root ab minus 2 root 2 root ab. So I'm taking root ab outside. So I have root of ab times 3 minus 2 root 2. Okay. So this is my a, this is my b. I have obtained the two numbers. Now I need to find the ratio. What is a divided by b? I have root ab times 3 plus 2 root 2 divided by root ab of 3 minus 2 root 2. Hence proved. Okay. question number 29. It is very similar to question number 28 but with just variables. So the arithmetic mean and geometric mean respectively between two positive numbers are capital A and capital G. So you have the arithmetic mean to be capital A and the geometric mean of the two numbers to be capital G. The two numbers are A and B. You have to prove that the two numbers are A plus or minus root of A plus G times A minus G. So you need to prove that A value and B value வந்து A plus or minus root of A plus G into A minus G னு prove பண்ணுவோம். Okay. So when you have A plus B and AB, you have to use the trick. So before that, I'll just simplify this. So I have A plus B equal to 2A, AB equal to G square, squaring on both sides. So what is the trick? A minus B the whole square equals A plus B the whole square minus 4AB. So when I substitute, I have 2A the whole square, which is 4A square, minus what is my 4AB? 4G square. When I take the 4 outside, I have A plus G times A minus G. A square minus B square ruka. So it becomes A plus G, A minus G. This is my A minus B the whole square. So what is my A minus B? It is the root of this. So the 2 comes out. Root of A plus G, A minus G. Okay. So this is my A minus B. What is my A plus B? It is 2A. 2 capital A. So when I add these two, what do I have? The B goes off. I have 2A equals 2A plus 2 root A plus G times A minus G. 2 common the 2 goes off. So what am I left with? I am left with A equals A plus root of A plus G times A minus G. So one of the numbers kandupidichachu. So A equals A plus root of A plus G, A minus G. So one number kandupidichachu. Innoru number A minus root of A plus G, A minus G nu prove pannom. So substituting the value of A in this equation, what do I get? B equals 2A minus A, which is 2A minus A plus root of A plus G times A minus G. So what do I have when I open the bracket? It's 2A minus A, which is A. Minus into plus is a minus root of A plus G times A minus G. That's it. So this is your B. Your A is A plus root of A plus G into A minus G. Your B is A minus root of A plus G into A minus G. So hence proved. Okay. So this is your value of A and B. So we have the number of bacteria in a certain culture doubles every hour. So if there were 30 bacteria present in the culture originally. So first the bacteria is going to double every hour. So first hour la 2 indudina, second hour la it will become 4. Third hour la it will become 8 and so on. And there were 30 bacteria present in the culture originally. So A equals 30. How many bacteria will be present at the end of second hour? First, there were 30 bacteria and in the first hour, it doubled. 60 achu. So what does that mean? In the first hour, it is not A1, it is A2. A1 la, it was how much bacteria was present originally. First hour la, it becomes 60, which is A2. It is not A1, which means they are asking you to find how many bacteria will be present at the end of second hour. At the end of second hour, it won't be A2, but it will be A3. Correct? First, A1 la, how many bacteria were present originally? A2 la, first hour la evlo aachu? A3 na second hour la evlo aachu and so on. Fourth hour la what will it be? A5. Nth hour what will it be? An plus 1. You see, second hour la 3, fourth hour la 5, appa nth hour la n plus 1. Okay. So what is the formula? AR square, AR to the power 4, AR to the power n. So you know the values of A and R. You can simply just substitute them. So enna varum? 30 times 2 square. So my A3 is 30 times 2 square, which is 120. My A5 is 30 times 2 to the power 4, which is 480. What is my ARN? It is just 30 times 2 to the power n. Okay. Question number 31. Your initial amount is 500. What will happen in 10 years? Which means n equals 10. After its deposit in a bank which pays annual interest rate of 10% compounded annually. Abdina anartham, you have 10% that gets compounded annually. So basically, in the first year, you will have 500, the amount that you put, plus what do you have? 10% of the amount that you put will get added. Correct? So what will you get? You will get 500. Common adta 1 plus 1 by 10. So what is 1 by 10? 0.1. So what do I have? 500 times 1.1. So this is what I'll be getting in my first year. What will I get in my second year? My second year, it will be 500 times 1.1. Whatever you had in your first year times 1 by 1 plus 10. The interest rate. The amount plus the interest rate. You understand that? So basically in the first year, you deposit an amount of 500. In the end of first year, your interest will be compounded annually with an interest rate of 10%. அப்ப இதையும் add பண்ணா என்ன ஆகும்? 500 common எடுத்தா I have 1 plus 1 by 10. 1 by 10 is 0.1. 1 plus 0.1 is 1.1. Okay? So this is what you have in the end of your first year. But that is the original amount. So to this original amount, in the end of second year, what will happen? This is your original amount now. To the original amount, 10% interest will be compounded annually. You understand? To the original amount, you will be getting some interest of 1.1 times 10 by 100, which is basically when you take 500 outside, I have 500 times 1.1, which is taken outside, 1 plus 1 by 10, which is again 500 times 1.1 times 1.1. You understand? You have to take the amount that you get at the end of every year, and to that your interest gets added, right? So what will you have in the end of nth year? So it will be 500 times 1.1 to the power n. For the first year you have 1.1. For the second year you have 1.1 times 1.1. For the nth year you will have 1.1 to the power n. So in the end of 10 years, what will my value be? 500 times 1.1 to the power 10. Okay, that's your answer. Question number 32, last and final question of the exercise. If AM and GM of the roots of quadratic equations are 8 and 5. So you have the AM to be 8, the GM to be 5. They are the roots of the quadratic equation. Okay. Then obtain the quadratic equation. If they are the roots, so what is AM? A plus B divided by 2 equals 8. Root AB equals 5. So I have A plus B equals 16 and I have AB equals 25. How can you create a quadratic equation? What is the general form? X square plus x times sum of the roots plus product of the roots. Do you remember this? So basically your A and B are your roots. A and B are your roots, and you have the sum of the roots and the product of the roots, right? So it is of the form x square plus x times alpha plus beta plus alpha beta equals 0. This is the general form of an equation. So you already have a plus b and ab. So x square plus 16x plus 25 equals 0. That's your equation. Okay. So in this video, we are going to see sequences and series, exercise 9.4. But before that, we'll see some formulas. First, sum of series. Okay, va? So first, we have summation of k equals 1 to n of k. So when your value of k is 1, you have 1. When your value of k is 2, you have 2. When your value of k is 3, you have 3. And so on until n. That's how you represent this summation. Sigma k equals 1 to n ulla enna term irko, and the particular term will take different values from 1 to n and they're all added together. That is the meaning of this summation symbol. Okay. So sum of n terms, what is sum n? Sn equals n times n plus 1 divided by 2. Okay. This formula is very, very important. You'll be using this for all the exercise and example questions. I'm not going to prove how, but you just note down the formula. You have the proof in your NCERT textbook. Do refer to that. Now, summation of k equals 1 to n of k square. First, k to the power 1 pathom. Now, k square. It is 1 square plus 2 square plus 3 square until n square. So, what is the sum of squares of natural numbers from 1 to n? It is nothing but Sn is equal to n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 6. This is the formula for sum of the squares of the natural numbers. Similarly, what is the sum of cubes of natural numbers? This can also be written as 1 cube plus 2 cube plus 3 cube and so on until n cube. This is the formula. Sn equals, it is very similar to this. So you write the exact same thing, n times n plus 1 by 2, the whole square. Okay. So this is the formula. These are the three formulas which you should remember for your exam. Okay. Example 19. Find the sum of the series 5 plus 11 plus 19 plus 29 plus 41 and so on up to n terms. So first we need to check if this is an AP or a GP. Correct? So if AP and check pannuoma, let's see if it's an AP. AP na A2 minus A1 equals A3 minus A2. Let's see. 11 minus 5 equals 9 minus 11. What is 11 minus 5? 6 equals, 19 minus 11 just 8. 6 is not equal to 8. It is not an AP. So let's check if it's a GP. If GP na nartho A2 by A1 equals A3 by A2. So what do I have? 11 by 5 equals 19 by 11. Idhukku mela simplify panna mudiyuma? Mudiyadhu. So this, the common ratios are not equal. So this is not a GP. So how do you solve such questions? So there's a trick to solve this. So I'm calling this Sn equals 5 plus 11 plus 19 plus 29 plus 41 plus and so on until the nth term. I don't know what my nth term is, so I'm just writing it as an. Now again, I'm going to write Sn equals, now I'm just going to shift the series to the right. So I'm going to start writing from here. 5 plus 11 plus 19 plus 29 plus 41. Let me write this a little away from the series. an plus so on plus an minus 1 plus an. The series is shifted to the right. And I am writing it like this. Okay. Now I am going to subtract the two series. So this becomes a minus. I have 0 here. 0 plus. So this is a minus, 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 minus. You have to change the sign everywhere. So it becomes a minus here also. So what do I have? Sn minus Sn is 0 equals 5 minus 0, 5. 11 minus 5 is plus 6. 19 minus 11 is plus 8. 29 minus 19 is plus 10. Plus 12 and so on. And I have an minus 1 minus an. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put a bracket to these terms. Why am I doing that? You see that 6, 8, 10, 12 and so on is an AP. FD 8 minus 6 equals 10 minus 8 which is equal to 2. So you have the same common difference. So this particular series is an AP excluding 5 and minus an. Correct? In the terms la mattum they form an AP because they are the difference of the two series which are equal. So how many terms do I have here? 5 lane the an, I have n terms. Here 0 lane the an. How many terms do I have? I have one extra term here. You see that? So I have n plus 1 terms. So how many terms do I have? I have n plus 1 terms. You see why? Here I have n terms. In the plus or extra term. So I have n plus 1 terms. So the final answer also has n plus 1 terms. So now how many terms do you have from here to here? This is n plus 1 terms. Appa either reject panna, I have n terms. Either you reject panna, I have n minus 1 term. So how many terms do I have here? N minus 1 terms. It is nothing but n plus 1 terms in total minus these two. So it is minus 2. N plus 1 minus 2 is n minus 1. Okay? Okay. Now let me solve this summation. So my A is 6. My common difference is 8 minus 6 which is 2. My number of terms is n minus 1. So what is my summation formula? Sn equals n by 2 of 2a plus n minus 1 into d. Is that a summation formula? Okay. Now let me substitute. What do I have? My n is n minus 1. So it is n minus 1 divided by 2 times 2 of what is my a? 6 plus n. What is my n? N minus 1. N minus 1. In your minus 1. Don't forget this minus 1. So it's minus 1 times dn 2. Okay. So when I simplify this, what will I get? I'm going to take this 2 outside. You see I have a 2 here. I have a 2 here. Because I have a 2 outside which is in the denominator, I can cancel these 2's. Okay. So I'm just going to take the 2 outside. So I have n minus 2 divided by 2 times 2. 2 I'm left with 6 plus n minus 2. So in the 2 I have n minus 1 times 6 minus 2 is 4. So I have 4 plus n. So this is this summation. Now I need to include this 5 and this minus an. Now what do I have? 0 equals 5 plus these 5 plus n minus 1 times 4 plus n minus an. Don't forget this also. Minus an. So if I an in the book, what will happen? An equals 5 plus, I'm going to open the brackets. So I have 4n plus n square minus 4 minus n. So I have an equals n square. 4n minus n is plus 3n. 5 minus 4 is plus 1. So this is my an. I need to find the summation of this. When n equals 1, 1 square plus 3 times 1 plus 1. A2 is 2 square plus 3 times 2 plus 1. And the an is n square plus 3n plus 1. Appa enna pannanum? I have to add 1 square plus 2 square plus 3 square and so on until n square. 3 plus 6 plus 9 and the until 3n. 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 until n terms. So how can I do this? I'm going to use the summation formula that we learned in the beginning of the video. So what do I have? I'm going to write an as ak. So ak equals k square plus 3n plus 1. So summation of k equals 1 to n of ak is summation of k equals 1 to n of k square plus 3k plus 1. Sorry, this is a k. Okay? Please copy this. I need to erase this part of the board. Okay. So what do I have? I can split the summation. So I'll be left with k, see, summation of k equals 1 to n of k square plus summation of k equals 1 to n of 3k plus summation of k equals 1 to n of 1. I can split the summation. Summation I split it into 3 different summations. Now let me solve each one of these. What do I have? Summation of k equals 1 to n of k square equals n formula n times n plus 1 times 2n plus 1 divided by 6. You should know all these by heart. Okay. Next, what do I have? Summation of k equals 1 to n 3k is nothing but 3a veliyil edukalama because it is independent of k. So I'm going to take the 3 outside. I have k inside now equals n into n plus 1 divided by 2, and don't forget this 3. So it is 3 times n into n plus 1 divided by 2. Now I am left with this summation. What do I have? Summation of k equals 1 to n of 1 is nothing but, what is this? This is basically 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 until n terms. Correct? This is the meaning of this summation. K equals 1 it will be 1. K equals 2. K equals 3. K equals 4. K equals n. So what do I have? N times 1. So this is nothing but 1 times n. In the 1 times n, which is equal to n. Okay? Now when I add all these, what do I have? My total summation Sn final. Let me call it SNF. Sn final, because I already have Sn here. So I have Sn final equals n times n plus 1 times 2n plus 1 divided by 6 plus 3 by 2 n of n plus 1 plus n. I'm going to take the LCM of these numbers. So I'm going to multiply this inside. So I have n square plus n times 2n plus 1 plus, in that I need to multiply by 3 to get my denominator to be 6. So it is 9 times n square plus n. So when I take the LCM, what do I have? This becomes 6n divided by 6. 2n cube plus n square plus 2n square plus n plus 9n square plus 9n plus 6n divided by 6. What do I have? 2n cube, n square la add panna 9 plus 2 plus 1, which is 12n square. Then I have n, 9 plus 6 plus 1, which is 16. 16n divided by 6. So I can take the 2 outside. What do I have? 2n veliyil edukalam. I can take 2n outside. So I have n square plus 6n plus 8 divided by 6. So I can cancel 2 and 6. So what am I left with? I have a quadratic equation here. So what are the roots? The product has to be 8 and the sum has to be 6. So it's 4 times 2. Okay, so what does it become? N times n square plus 4n plus 2n plus 8 divided by 3, which is nothing but n into n square, n into, when I take n outside, I have n plus 4, n plus 4 we know, so I have plus 2. divided by 3, which is n into n plus 4 into n plus 2 divided by 3. So this is my final answer. Okay. Example 20. Find the sum to n terms of the series whose nth term is n into n plus 3. So this is very similar to how we solved example 19, except we don't have a very complicated series. So I can write this as an equals n square plus 3n. So again I am going to change the variable. I have ak equals k square plus 3k. Now you need to do the summation. So what do I have? Summation of k equals 1 to n of ak is summation of k equals 1 to n of k square plus 3k. Now I'm going to split the summation. So I have n equals k. I have summation of k equals 1 to n of k square plus summation k equals 1 to n of 3k. So what does this become? It is n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 6 plus, I'm going to take this 3 outside. So I have 3 into summation of k in until n terms. It is n into n plus 1 divided by 2. Now you need to take the LCM. So what do you have? I'm going to multiply this inside. N square plus n times 2n plus 1 plus into 3 panano because I need the LCM to be 6. So I have 9 times n square plus n divided by 6. Okay, I can take n square plus n outside. That is common in both the terms. So what do I have? Equals n square plus n of 2n plus 1 plus 9 divided by 6, which is, I'll take the n outside. I have n into n plus 1 times 2n plus 10 divided by 6. Taking 2 outside, I'm left with n into n plus 1 times 2 I have n plus 5 divided by 6. So this gets cancelled. I have n into n plus 1 times n plus 5 divided by 3. This is my final answer. Yeah. Moving on to exercise questions. Exercise 9.4. Question number 1. Find the sum of 1 into 2 plus 2 into 3 plus 3 into 4 plus and so on up to n terms. So in the mari questions la, first you need to find out what your nth term is. How does your nth term look like? What will be your last term? Ipo in the it is 4 into 5. So basically it is n into n plus 1. You see that? Every term it is n into n plus 1. N into n plus 1. When you substitute 1 for n, a1 another 1 times 1 plus 1, which is 1 into 2. You obtain the first term. What is your second term? You have 2 times 2 plus 1, which is 2 into 3. You obtain your second term. So this is how you have to frame your an, which is your nth term. Okay. So now that you know your an, solve using the formula that you know. Ak is k square plus k. So taking summation on both sides, I have sigma k equals 1 to n of ak equals sigma k equals 1 to n of k square plus k. So which is sigma k equals 1 to n k square plus sigma k equals 1 to n of k. So idanade n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 6 plus n into n plus 1 divided by 2. I'm going to take the LCM. So what do I have? N into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 plus 3n into n plus 1 divided by 6. So taking n into n plus 1 common from the numerator, I have n into n plus 1. Of what is left in the first term? 2n plus 1. What is left in the second term? 3. N into n plus 1. So I have 3 plus 3 divided by 6. So I have n into n plus 1 times 2n plus 4 divided by 6. I can take the 2 outside. So it becomes 2n of n plus 1 times n plus 2 divided by 6, which is, I can cancel this. So I have n into n plus 1 times n plus 2 divided by 3. Okay. Question number 2. 1 into 2 into 3 plus 2 into 3 into 4 plus 3 into 4 into 5 plus and so on. So what is my an? What is my nth term? My nth term is n into n plus 1 into n plus 2. So first always you have to see n equals 1 case. So what is your first number? It is 1. So upper it should be 1. It should be n. n times n plus 1 into n plus 2. So that is my an. What does my an become now? When I multiply things inside, I have n times n square plus 2n plus n plus 2, which is equal to n times n square plus 3n plus 2. 2n plus n is 3n. Now again multiplying this inside, I have n cube plus 3n square plus 2n. So this is my an. So what is my ak? I have k cube plus 3k square plus 2k. So when I take summation on both sides, what do I have? Summation k equals 1 to n of ak equals summation of k equals 1 to n of k cube plus I'll split the summations. Okay. So I have summation k equals 1 to n of 3k square plus summation k equals 1 to n of 2k. I've just split the summation. So what do I have? Summation of k cube is n times n plus 1 divided by 2 the whole square plus I can take the 3 outside. So 3 times k square can add n into n plus 1 times 2n plus 1 divided by 6. Here I can take the 2 outside. So I have plus 2 times n into n plus 1 divided by 2. Okay. So I'll cancel this. I'll be left with 2. I'm not going to cancel this. You'll see why. Okay. So when I open this bracket, I'm left with n into n plus 1 the whole square divided by 4 plus n into n plus 1 times 2n plus 1 divided by 6. Sorry, divided by 2. I've cancelled the 3 and the 2. Divided by 2 plus 2n times n plus 1 divided by 2. What is my LCM now? My LCM is 4. So I have to multiply this by 2 and this by 2. Another, I didn't cancel this. So what am I left with? N times n plus 1 the whole square plus times 2. So 2n of n plus 1 times 2n plus 1 into 2 panna, I have 4n times n plus 1 divided by 4. Okay. So when I take n times n plus 1 outside, I am left with n times n plus 1 veli ledta. In the first term, I am left with n times n plus 1 plus, when I take n times n plus 1 outside, I am left with 2 times 2n plus 1. So it's 2 times 2n plus 1 plus 4 divided by 4. So when I multiply the brackets, I am left with n times n plus 1 of n square plus n plus 4n plus 2 plus 4. Okay. The whole divided by 4. Don't forget the denominator. So what do I have? N times n plus 1 of n square plus 5n plus 6 divided by 4. Now n square plus 5n plus 6 another. I need the product to be 6. So it is 3 times 2. So what does my fraction become? It becomes n square plus 3n plus 2n plus 6. So when I take n outside, I have n times n plus 3. I need n plus 3 here. I have plus 2. So this is n plus 3 times n plus 2. So this particular quadratic equation becomes this. This is my splitting the middle term. So I'll be left with n times n plus 1 times இதுக்கு பதிலா இதை எழுதலாம் n plus 3 into n plus 2 divided by 4. Okay, this is my final answer. Question number 3. 3 into 1 square plus 5 into 2 square plus 7 into 3 square plus and so on. So what is my nth term? Okay, what is my nth term? N and theriyadu. So when I put n equals 1, I need to get the first term. So I see I have n square here. So it will be n square times I need a 3. How can I obtain a 3 when I have 1? So it is 2 times 1 plus 1. Correct? So it will be 2n plus 1. I can obtain my 3 using this. This is how you represent a odd number. You remember? How do you represent even number? If you had 2 here, 2 irundhaduna, it is simply n square times 2n. Even number, odd number. Okay, so 2n plus 1. So that will be your an. So it is n square times 2n plus 1. It is 1 square into 2n plus 1. Okay, so this is your nth term. So let me multiply it inside. An equals 2n cube plus n square. So what is my ak? 2k cube plus k square. When I take summation on both sides, k equals 1 to n of ak equals sigma k equals 1 to n of 2k cube plus sigma k equals 1 to n of k square. Okay, so what do I have here? Sigma edutha k cube kenna. Remember you have a 2 here, so 2 times k cube ku n into n plus 1 divided by 2 the whole square. Okay, don't forget the whole square, denominator ko square included, plus k square ku n times n plus 1 times 2n plus 1 divided by 6. Okay, so when I open the bracket, what do I have? 2 times n into n plus 1 the whole square divided by 4 plus n into n plus 1 times 2n plus 1 divided by 6. So I can cancel this 2 and 4. I'm left with 2. When I take the LCM, I have to multiply this term by 3 to get the LCM 6. So what do I have? Equals 3 times n, 3 times n into n plus 1 the whole square plus n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 6. Okay, I took the LCM. Now when I take n into n plus 1 outside, n times n plus 1 big bracket, what am I left with? 3n into n plus 1. Or n into n plus 1 vandiruchu. I have another n into n plus 1 left inside the bracket plus n into n minus 1 vella vandiruchu. So I am left with 2n plus 1 divided by 6. So I have n into n plus 1 times, I am going to multiply 3n square plus 3n plus 2n plus 1 divided by 6. So I am left with n into n plus 1 of 3n square plus 5n plus 1 divided by 6. That's my final answer. Okay. Question number 4. 1 divided by 1 into 2 plus 1 divided by 2 into 3 plus 1 divided by 3 into 4 and so on. So what is my an? My an is 1 divided by n times n plus 1. So how to approach such questions? I am going to write this in a different way. My numerator is 1. I can also write it as n plus 1 minus n. N minus n is 0. I am left with 1. So I can also write this particular fraction as n plus 1 minus n divided by n into n plus 1. Why did I do this? I am going to split it now. So I can write this as n plus 1 divided by n into n plus 1 minus n divided by n into n plus 1. You see what I have done? LCM edutha ennago, you will get back the same value. So I am just splitting it. So I can also write it as n divided by n into n plus 1 minus 1 divided by n into n plus 1 minus n divided by n into n plus 1. But my interest is these two terms should be together. This term should be written separately. Okay. So what do I have? N plus 1 divided by n into n plus 1 minus n divided by n into n plus 1. So what do I have? N plus 1 and n plus 1 gets cancelled. N and n gets cancelled. So this is 1 by n minus 1 by n plus 1. Basically, this method is called the partial fraction method, which you're learning in your future classes. But this is a shortcut to do this. So what is your an? An is 1 by n minus 1 by n plus 1. Okay. Now what is your a1? It is 1 minus 1 by 1 minus 1 by 1 plus 1, which is 2. What is your a2? It is 1 by 2 minus 1 by 2 plus 1, which is 3. What is your a3? It is 1 by 3 minus 1 by 3 plus 1, which is 4. Similarly, what is my an minus 1? It is 1 by n minus 1 minus 1 by n minus 1 plus 1. Minus 1 plus 1 goes off, so it is 1 by n. So what is an? 1 by n minus 1 by n plus 1. So what do? We take the summation. Summation k equals 1 to n of ak. What is it? a1 plus a2 plus a3 and so on. An minus 1 plus an. So now I'm going to substitute the values. I'm going to add all of these. So I have, what is my a1? 1 minus half. 1 minus half. What is my a2? Half minus 1 by 3. So it is plus half minus 1 by 3. What is my a3? 1 by 3 minus 1 by 4. So plus 1 by 3 minus 1 by 4. And so on. What is my an minus 1? It is 1 by n minus 1 minus 1 by n minus 1 by n. What is my an? Plus 1 by n minus 1 by n plus 1. So what do you see? Minus half plus half goes off. Minus 1 by 3 plus 1 by 3. Minus 1 by 4 ko plus 1 by 4 ஒன்னு இருக்கும் இங்க. 1 by n minus 1 க்கு you'll have a previous term. Minus 1 by n plus 1 by n. So what am I left with? I'm left with 1 minus 1 by n plus 1. So 1 minus 1 by n plus 1. When I take the LCM, I have n plus 1 minus 1 divided by n plus 1. So what do I have? 1 no minus 1 no poidum. So I am left with n divided by n plus 1. So this is my final answer. Okay. Question number 5. 5 square plus 6 square plus 7 square and so on plus 20 square. So this is not an infinite sequence until n terms abdina illa. They have given the last term. Okay. So now let me write my nth term. How do I write my nth term? How do I write my nth term? When n equals 1, how can I write my first term? My first term can be written as 1 plus 4 the whole square. How can my second term be written as 2 plus 4 the whole square? Which means these are my n values. So basically, how can I write it? I can write it as n plus 4 the whole square. Okay. So 5 can be written as 1 plus 4. 6 can be written as 2 plus 4. 7 can be written as 3 plus 4. And how can 20 be written as? 20 can be written as 4 plus 16 the whole square. So this is my final n. My n starts from an where n equals 1 to n equals 16. Correct? I need a general term to do the summation. But my last term is already given, which I can write it as 4 plus 16, where my n is 16. So what is my number of terms? Total number of terms equals 16. Okay. Let me have this aside. Let me solve the general equation. So my an equals, I'm going to open the bracket, a plus b the whole square. So a square plus b square plus 2ab. 2 times 4 is 8. So 8n. So I have ak equals k square plus 16 plus 8k square. So when I take the summation on both sides, I have sigma k equals 1 to n of ak equals summation of k equals 1 to n of k square plus summation of k equals 1 to n of, I'll write this, 8k square plus summation k equals 1 to n of 16. I'm just writing it in order, okay? Sorry, this is k, not k square. 8k plus 16. So what do I have? It is simplified panna, n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 6 plus 8 times n into n plus 1 divided by 2 plus 16 times n. Okay, I can cancel this 2 and 4. Now what is my value of n? This is my Sn. What is my value of n? When n equals 16, I have my summation of 16 terms is nothing but I'm going to substitute 16. So I have 16 times 16 plus 1 times 2 times 16 plus 1 divided by 6 plus 4 times 16 times 16 plus 1 plus 16 times 60. So I have 16 times 17. 16 2 is 32 times 33 divided by 6 plus 4 times 16 times 17 plus 16 times 16 is 256. Final answer when you solve this is 2840. That is my final answer. Question number 6. 3 into 8 plus 6 into 11 plus 9 into 14 and so on. So what is my an? What do you see? First terms alla eppadi irukku? It is 3, 6, 9 and so on. So they are multiples of 3. So how do you write multiples of 3? 3n. Okay. This is my first term. What is my second term? 8, 11, 14. How do they differ? 11 minus 8 is 3. 4 minus 11 is 3. So they differ by 3. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to write 3n. When n equals 1, what do I have? 3 plus 5n. So I'll write plus 5. Now let's check for n equals 2. When n equals 2, I have 3 times 2 plus 5. So 3 to 6, 6 plus 5 is 11. So similarly, n equals 3, which means 3 times 3 plus 5, which is 9 plus 5, which is 14. So basically, 8 is 3 plus 5, 11 is 6 plus 5, 14 is 9 plus 5. So you need to find some pattern which satisfies all the numbers. So that is your an. Okay. So now your an becomes, when I multiply it inside, I have 9n square plus 15n. So what is my ak? 9k square plus 15k. So now use the formula that you know, taking summation on both sides of ak equals summation k equals 1 to n of 9k square plus summation k equals 1 to n of 15k. So I take my 9 outside. What is summation of k square? It is n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 6 plus 15 times, I have a constant. Summation of k is nothing but n into n plus 1 divided by 2. So I can cancel this. 3 2s are 3 3s are. So I need not take the LCM because I have the same denominators. Now I'm going to take n into n plus 1 outside. I'm going to take 3 into n plus 1 because I see a 15 here. So I'm going to take 3 outside, n into n plus 1 outside, also by 2. I'll take 3 by 2 times n into n plus 1 outside. So I'm left with, when I take 3n n plus 1 2 outside, I have 2n plus 1. In the earthla, when I take 2 outside, n into n plus 1 outside, I'm left with 15. 3 at the I'm left with 5. So I'm left with 2n plus 6. So what happens? This is 3n into n plus 1 divided by 2 of 2n plus 6. So I'm going to take the 2 outside. So I have 3 by 2 of n into n plus 1 times 2 of n plus 3. So the 2 and 2 gets cancelled. I'm left with 3n of n plus 1 times n plus 3. You have to find how your an looks like. That is the major problem. When you find this out, you can just simply solve them. Okay. Question number 7. 1 square plus 1 square plus 2 square plus 1 square plus 2 square plus 3 square plus and so on. So what is my nth term? My nth term will be 1 square plus 2 square plus 3 square and so on until n square. So what do you see? This itself is a sum of the squares of numbers. This will be n into n plus 1 times 2n plus 1 divided by 6. So when I multiply it inside, this is not the series, okay? This is not the summation. You have to find out what your an is, then find the summation. So when I multiply inside, what do I have? N times 2n square plus n plus 2n plus 1 divided by 6. I have n times 2n square plus 3n plus 1 divided by 6. So what do I have when I multiply this inside? 2n cube plus 3n square plus n divided by 6. When I split this, I am left with 2n cube by 6, which is n cube divided by 3 plus 3n square divided by 6. So it is n square divided by 2 plus n by 6. So this is my an. Now what is my ak? Ak is k cube divided by 3 plus k square divided by 2 plus k divided by 6. Now taking summation on both sides, I have sigma k equals 1 to n of ak equals sigma k equals 1 to n of k cube divided by 3 plus summation k equals 1 to n of k square divided by 2 plus summation k equals 1 to n of k divided by 6. Okay. So now I take the constants outside. So what does my summation look like? 1 by 3 of summation of k cube enna? It is n times n plus 1 divided by 2 the whole square. Plus I am taking the constant outside. I have 1 by 2. Summation of k square is n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 6. Plus I am taking the 1 by 6 outside. What is my summation of k? N into n plus 1 by 2. So n into n plus 1 divided by 2. Okay. So when I open this bracket, what do I have? I remove this bracket. I have n into n minus 1 the whole square divided by 4. So I see that my denominators are all 12. So I need not take the LCM. So when I take n into n plus 1 divided by 12 outside, what am I left with in the first term? 12 edutachu. N into n plus 1 edutachu. I have another n into n plus 1. So I have n into n plus 1 plus the 12 is taken out. N into n plus 1 is taken out. I am left with 2n plus 1 plus 12 edutachu. I am left with 1. N into n plus 1 will edutachu. So what do I have? N into n plus 1 divided by 12 times, I am going to multiply this inside. So I have n square plus n plus 2n plus 2. 2n plus n is 3n. So I will simply write that 2n plus n is 3n. What does this look like when I do the splitting the middle term? I need the product to be 2, I need the sum to be 3. So it is 2 into 1. So what does it become? N square plus 3n plus 2 can be written as n square plus 2n plus n plus 2. N I have n plus 2 plus 1. So this is n plus 2 times n plus 1. So what can I write instead of this? I have n into n plus 1 times n plus 2 times n plus 1 divided by 12. So I have 2n plus 1, which is nothing but n into n plus 1 the whole square times n plus 2 divided by 12. Okay. Question number 8. Find the sum to n terms of the series whose nth term is already given. So an equals n into n plus 1 times n plus 4. So I'm going to multiply this inside. I have n into n square plus 4n plus n plus 4. This n into n square plus 5n plus 4. This is equal to n cube plus 5n square plus 4n. This is my an. So what is my ak? K cube plus 5k square plus 4k. Taking summation on both sides, I have sigma k equals 1 to n of ak equals sigma k equals 1 to n of k cube plus sigma k equals 1 to n of 5k square plus sigma k equals 1 to n of 4k. So what do I have? K cube, it is n into n plus 1 the whole square divided by 4. It is n into n plus 1 divided by 2 the whole square. I have written it down in the simpler way. Plus I have a 5 times k square n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 6. Plus what is it for 4k? 4 comes outside. For k it is n into n plus 1 divided by 2. So my LCM is 24. So I have to multiply this term by 6. So I have 6 times n into n plus 1 the whole square plus I have to multiply this term by 4. So I have 20n into n plus 1 times 2n plus 1 plus in the term I have to multiply by 12 because I need the LCM to be 24. So 12 times 4 is 48. 48 n into n plus 1 divided by 24. When I take 2 outside and n into n plus 1 outside, what do I have? 2n into n plus 1 of, here I am left with 3n into n plus 1. So it is 3n into n plus 1 plus I have taken the 2 outside. So I am left with 10 into n plus 1 velila irukku. So it is 2n plus 1. So 10 into 2n plus 1. 10 into 2n plus 1. Here when I take the 2 outside, I am left with 24. N into n plus 1 is outside. So it is plus 24 divided by 24. So this 2 and this 24 gets cancelled. I have a 12 which is equal to n into n plus 1 divided by 12 of, I'm going to multiply it inside. So 3n square plus 3n plus 20n plus 10 plus 24. So what do I have? So I have n into n plus 1 divided by 12 of 3n square plus 23n plus 34. Okay, this is my final answer. Ninth question. Your an is given to be n square plus 2 to the power n. So what is your ak? K square plus 2 to the power k. Now taking sigma on both sides, k equals 1 to n of ak equals sigma k equals 1 to n of k square plus sigma k equals 1 to n of 2 to the power k. So first let me take this. What do you know? Sigma k equals 1 to n of k square is nothing but n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 6. Now what is this? Sigma k equals 1 to n of 2k is nothing but when k equals 1 you have a 2. When k equals 2 you have 2 square. When k equals 3 you have 2 cube and so on until 2 to the n. So what do you see? This is a GP. 2 square divided by 2 is 2. 2 cube divided by 2 square is 2. So you have the same common ratio. So the given series is a GP. So GP la first term enna? A equals 2. What is your common ratio? 2 square divided by 2. A2 divided by A1. So which is 2. What is your sum? Sn equals, your R is greater than 1. So I am going to use the formula A times R to the n minus 1 divided by R minus 1, which is 2 times, what is my R? 2 to the n minus 1 divided by 2 minus 1. So this is nothing but 2 times 2 to the n minus 1. So what is my final answer? My final answer is the summation of the two. So which is equal to n times n plus 1 times 2n plus 1 divided by 6 plus 2 times 2 to the n minus 1. This is my final summation. Okay. Question number 10. Your an is 2n minus 1 the whole square. So what is your a minus b the whole square formula? A square plus b square minus 2ab, 2 times 2n. So it is minus 4n. So what is my ak? I'll rearrange the terms. So I have 4k square minus 4k plus 1. Taking summation on both sides, I have k equals 1 to n of ak equals summation of k equals 1 to n of 4k square minus summation of k equals 1 to n of 4k plus summation of k equals 1 to n of 1. So another 4 comes outside. Summation of k square is n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 6 minus 4 times summation of k is n into n plus 1 divided by 2 plus summation of 1 to n times another 1 into n, which is n. So here I can cancel. I have 2 divided by 3. Here I can cancel. This is 2. So what is my LCM? My LCM is 3. So here I have 2n times n plus 1 times 2n plus 1. In that I have to multiply this by 3 to get the LCM 3. So I have minus 2 times 3 is 6. 6n times n plus 1 plus 3 all multiply panna I have 3n the whole divided by 3. Okay. Now I cannot take anything outside. So I have to multiply everything. So here I have 2n times 2n square plus n plus 2n plus 1 minus 6 into n square plus n plus 3n divided by 3. So I have 2n of 2n square plus 3n plus 1 minus 6n square minus 6n. You see, minus 6 will multiply panna minus 6n square minus 6n plus 3n the whole divided by 3. So when I multiply this inside, I have 4n cube plus 6n square plus 2n minus 6n square minus 6n plus 3n divided by 3. So the 6n square and 6n square goes off. I have 2n plus 3n minus 6n. 2n plus 3n is 5n. 5n minus 6n is minus n. So I have 4n cube minus n divided by 3. n velila edutha I have n times 4n square minus 1 divided by 3. 4n square can be written as 2n the whole square. So I have n times 2n the whole square minus 1 eppadi eludalam? 1 square edulama. So I have a square minus b square, which is nothing but n times a plus b into a minus b divided by 3. Okay. So with this we are done with sequences and series. So do subscribe to the channel. Video pudichirundaduna like pannunga, share pannunga, comment pannunga if you have any doubts or if you have any extra questions, do let me know in the comment section below. I'll try to solve more exam questions and some complicated questions. Important questions video varudhu. Okay? So stay tuned. Bye.